Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my...
Sorry, towel friends, I have to jump in. I'm so sorry. So I had been broadcasting to the YouTube, but I forgot to hit the start button because this was the first scheduled stream I was doing. So for folks on the YouTube feed, you didn't miss very much. Your comments were actually running in real time over on the other feed on the X, but we are now live over on the YouTube. I'm sorry, folks, for the 5-minute delay there. All you missed was me simply recapping yesterday, talking about how it was a devastating series of moments for Karen Reed, wherein she was forced to have video played, which Towel presciently predicted, and all the Towel friends saw as well the day before Wednesday. Karen was forced to have video played of her Karen mocking John O'Keefe's mother in front of the jurors, and then another series of clips, which you all caught when this stream started, you came in midway, was also played. Now, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Welcome. Hello, everyone. I appreciate you all joining in. As you can see, I set up a new feature where your Towel comments now are getting run right up at the top of the screen there, and you can participate over on the YouTube, and you can ask questions, and there you go. But just so that gets you quickly caught up, and then the only thing I had shown before you friends over on the YouTube joined in was this. So if you folks over on the X will pardon my repetition here, let me just show the Towel friends over on YouTube what we watched. And you can see there's reporting from the venerated Katie Benoit of NBC 10 saying video of Reed and ID documentary was just played. She claims John O'Keefe's mother said it looked like he was hit by a car. Reed said it in a loud tone. I would have said mocking tone. Defense didn't want the video played. One juror opened their mouth, looking shocked. Let's watch the clip with Karen Cam.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
So that is what we had been watching, Towel friends, and now I want to show you what happened when the next clips were played involving Karen. Let's take a look.
My 5th and 6th drinks with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured.
Hold on one second. We may actually be able to. All right, let's watch.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Notice, that was the first time, by the way, one of the first times we had ever heard the recordings of Karen talking to Gretchen Voss. But notice what Hank Brennan does. We're not just going to hear this initial recording. We just saw it. We're going to see Karen's statements evolve about how drunk she was until the final clip where she confesses to DUIing. It's shocking, tell friends. Shocking.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. be. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Read did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Read. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience. How metaphysical is that? Because I literally came back to talk to all you towel friends right after that clip ended. What a fitting segue back to our towel coverage. All right, so that was just part 1, folks. And you might say, what do you mean that was part 1, Grant? Well, look at what happened later that day, friends. Look, we're going to watch the text messages involving Karen tormenting John and the plumber. Look at what happened, pardon me, when Karen left court. We can listen to Towel analysis. This is helpful. Towel did a lot of analysis yesterday, so I can save my voice today by letting you listen. If you're getting caught up on day 3, Thursday of the Karen Read trial, and what to expect coming into Friday, in particular Monday's voir dire with ARCCA, we'll cover that as well. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Let's take a listen. Friends, GrantSmithEllis here, or Towel. I have some news for you. We just got footage in from Court TV of Karen Read's exit from court today after devastating videos were shown to jurors of Karen Read admitting to drunk driving when she knew she shouldn't have after drinking 9 drinks with vodka over 3 hours, leading to a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, in the moments before Read is alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her car. Karen tried to hide this video footage from the world. It was played in court today. You're going to see it roll as soon as Karen finishes running away from the media. Karen Read stunned into silence, walking alone, no one to support her, no one around, no lawyers, and she couldn't answer a single question. Folks, the media had tough questions. Karen Read couldn't answer them. My name's GrantSmithEllis. This case has taken a drastic turn. Karen Read's admission played for the jurors by Hank Brennan in an interview that Karen never should have given. 400 hours of interview to an investigation Discovery and HBO Max documentary that Karen thought was only being done because she would never be retried. Karen is her own worst enemy, and like Karen told the documentary producers, that was her testimony. It certainly was, but not in the way Karen was expecting. One reporter, Katie Benoit of NBC 10, one of the most venerated reporters covering the trial, described a juror with their mouth aghast earlier in the hearing after a video was played of Karen Read ruthlessly mocking Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mother. And now, Karen, quiet, stunned into silence, walks out of court. We'll all take a look at this, and then you'll see the video of the devastating confession that played just moments earlier and was the subject of these questions from reporters.
Karen, how do you think that the jury is taking those clips of you?
Do you still stand by doing all the interviews?
Do you regret how you spoke about Ms. O'Keefe?
Silence. Silence. How do you feel about the jury seeing those interviews, those clips? Silence. Do you regret giving those interviews? Silence. Do you regret how you spoke about Miss O'Keefe? Silence. Karen Read, a humbled figure, no support, no cheering, no nothing, just the birds to console her. And now you will see the footage that was just so devastating that it finally got the media to ask, other than Little Towel, finally got the media to ask Karen Reed tough questions. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Follow live coverage each and every day from Little Towel, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I'm glad to be with you all, friends. All right, that's enough Little Towel. So there you go, folks. That was Karen after the videos were played. Just we're getting worse and worse and worse and worse for Karen. And now, Little Towel friends, let's take a look, if we can be so inclined, at what was played related to Karen. There's a theory, by the way, that there's this account, Henry Blue, on Twitter, that's a shared account that might be Karen. We're going to take a look at the full extent of text messages related to Karen making up potentially a plumber. Oh my goodness, I saw Murder by Maestro and JI5 and Deaf Otter and H. I noticed your comment yesterday, H, our Sheffield towel friend, who so honorably promotes the legacy of Sheffield United, the true first United in the English football pyramid and perhaps the football world. But so good to see you all, dear friends. I was waving at you as we were watching that last clip. 5MEODMT, it's great to see you as well. And all the towel friends are here. We're just over an hour from the start of this morning's half day of coverage in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I'm a towel. You're all towels. You can speak to me on the screen now. Towel figured it out. Towel put you all right up there in a position of prominence. This stream is about you. It's the towel stream for the towel universe, and the towel universe now has a prominent position. And guess what? You're also going to have a prominent position all day right above the Karen cam. You all are going to be able to have a great time providing your real-time commentary. You all are manifesting symbiotic public discourse-based legitimacy by virtue of your erudite, cogent, and loving participation in the towel chat. And in that regard, we have, if you're just new to the towel stream, there is a fundamental principle and goal of this public information service modeled after Lord Reith's vision for the BBC to educate, inform, and entertain in that order. And our fundamental vision is to redefine the soft power political world order from a ideology rooted in expanding, demonstrating, and preserving power to an ideology that expands, preserves, and demonstrates universal love. And in that way, we shall salvage the descent of the modern world into vacuous self-indulgence and greed, and we shall birth an age of a new epoch that is rooted in towels and also universal love. And thus the age of Aquarius shall dawn anew, rooted in these principles of compassion and toleration, and our transition into the digital epoch shall be one marked by towels and love. And it is foretold, you all may write that in stone, and we all may go out and through acts of kindness that are not 6 degrees of Chewbacca, but actually 6 degrees of legitimate expression of authentic human kindness, go out and do small acts of service for other people in whatever way you're able to do so. And by that 6 degree of authentic separation, we will in time come to redefine the world order. So, now, this has a lot of complex parts to it. We have to send SEMA to Latin America in order to facilitate sustainable towel production, in order to become a towel industrialist, and then I can have influence over governments in order to facilitate the rise of this sort of new digital epoch rooted in compassion and toleration. And I did some more research into this, so we can go to Mexico or Brazil. Now, there is a giant towel production company based in Mexico. It produces a lot of towels, but I don't think that's going to be an impediment to our ability to gain a foothold in the towel supply chain. Now, I talked to various AIs about this, and this is another reason why towels should not be allowed to talk to robots. And they were a little bit perplexed because I said the end goal of the plan was to invade northern France. And they were like, Grant, this is a great idea, but maybe you should metaphorically invade northern France. Then we got into the little bit of a rabbit hole because they said that the AIs were telling me that this plan was fine to get influenced by building a towel industry, but the problem is that towels are non-lethal. So Now, I know this is very specific, but I asked, what happens if we sent 7 million men, 14 million women, and the entire population of Russia, which is about 168 million people, into northern France with towels? Now, that part of the plan is probably not going to work out. But the overall framework here of engendering universal love and compassion through a towel industrial empire, I think is totally feasible. History is going to be a little bit confused about how this all happened, but we don't have to worry about that. I don't know. So the new towel friends are going to wonder what this is. We have moments of levity on this stream because we oftentimes have to go through complex juridical analysis, like the balancing test involved in determining and correctly predicting that Judge Cannoni was going to allow in video of Karen Reed mocking John O'Keefe's mom due to the temporal distance between John O'Keefe's mother's testimony on the first day of trial and when the video was played. And of course, Tal was right. But in order to juxtapose that and use entertainment as a hook to encourage and engender informed participation in the public sphere, there is some humor. Now, I may actually want to develop this towel industrial plan because I'm really interested. First of all, puedo entender y hablar español y creo que atender SEMA español es un idioma muy importante para toda la gente en el mundo. And so I think that I can actually, if I can think about this enough, I think I can actually send Sema to Latin America. She can do some missionary work and try to continue converting the local population to Christianity, which I'm totally in favor of. But then at the same time, we can negotiate sustainable trade agreements with the local population. We talked about this yesterday. It has to be rooted in economic redevelopment of the local area. We're going to need to produce a lot of cotton, and we're going to have to develop some kind of textile mill that will employ the local population. We have to pay them $40 per hour. That there's no negotiation on that. We're going to engender economic development in Brazil or Mexico by virtue of this towel empire. It's non-negotiable. And it's going to be a B corporation so that the shareholders are preemptively precluded from suing us because we give up profits to help the public. If you make it a B corporation, there's no duty under law to maximize profits, so we can say, screw you shareholders, you knew what you were signing up for. I've thought this all through. I'm sorry for the digression. I've been thinking a lot about how to develop a sustainable line of towel production in Latin America that facilitates inter-economic cooperation between the northern and the southern hemisphere to ward off the rise of the BRICS nations, and in particular China's Belt and Road Initiative in Africa. Because right now, the U.S. administration is just decimating our soft power influence. We're basically ceding mineral rights and all of the soft power influence in Africa, except for Djibouti, where we have a few bases because of the importance of that strait there between Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, and Northern Africa. But and Somalia land might actually get recognized because we're pulling out of that area, which is beneficial to Ethiopia, but I don't know if it's beneficial to U.S. national interest. Anyway, my point is, if we're going to abandon Africa, then we have to develop national cooperation, inter-economic cooperation between the northern and southern hemisphere in the Americas. Okay, it's absolutely important. And so if we can do this primarily based on the production of towels, and then we can get towel into the government, it would be by way of the influence of towel production, then I think what I can do is I can posture that continental economic cooperation in our hemisphere or in our hemispheres and in the Americas as a buttress against the rise of the BRICS, and they'll call it towel diplomacy. Yes, so I've just thought a lot about this, and I'm ready for this, and I have grander plans, and it involves preventing the BRICS from supplanting the petrodollar and undermining the influence of America on the international scene. So yeah, I appreciate you all indulging Towel there. That is just as a little digression about the overall goal of this public information service. It's actually to leverage the influence of towel production to assert or to ward off the rise of the BRICS, which I see as a threat to the global economic world order and also the global liberal order based on pluralism and human rights. So yes. Yeah, I mean, Murder by Maestro, people can post on Facebook. I was more interested in sending someone to Latin America in order to develop towels. And I think part of this decision, there's definitely some latent kind of religious ideology as part of Towel's world vision. It's going to be pluralistic. We're not going to hegemonically impose Christianity on people, but we're definitely going to bring a return of the Jesus's vision to the world, to at least the Western Hemisphere, if I have my way. So anyway, if you want to support this stream by clicking like or sharing it, that's my overall vision. I've really thought a lot about this. Oh, wait, who's being xenophobic? Nobody be xenophobic. We're talking... Listen. After the Westphalian Peace of 1648, the international order arose in light of sovereign domestic nation states. Talking about the political constellation is one thing, but we definitely don't want to be xenophobic. Remember, the governance of countries is different than the people who live in those countries. Yes, okay. Yes, Dr. Marie Russell parody account, you are more than welcome to wash towels. Washing towels is a key component of the towel washing industrial empire. All right, can we get back onto the towel, please? The towel. Oh, no, look what you've done to me. I was saying, can we get back onto the trial, and now I'm talking about towels. You've even made, this is so recursive that now I can't get off the towel topic. All right, so what I want to do is I want to take a look at the messages involving Karen Reed and this Henry Blue account. I'm not really sure how I went from talking about how I think Karen is this Henry Blue account to invading northern France by way of a world revolution based on universal love and towels. Now, I also don't know if we can, maybe we'll go into northern France waving the towels as signs of peace, and then we'll so convince them the value of towels that they'll just give us northern France. It won't be an invasion, it will be an act of love. Anyway, we're going to watch this video about how I think Karen is Henry Blue. And hello, towel friends. Good evening. GrantSmithEllis here. It is coming up on your 5:30 p.m. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial update from Friendly Little Towel. And I must say there was a wonderfully insightful comment from I Stand Black Woman and Democrats on X, along with the Shark on X as well. And we can take a look, folks. Do you see these comments from an account named Henry Blue? You see how I'm making them nice? They're getting a little bit enlarged on the screen. What does that say? The person likes to use the word from the jump a lot. And there are rumors that this person might be Karen Reed or a shared account that Karen Reed has access to. Well, the question from I Stand Black Women and Democrats was, did she or they just see Karen Reed in a text message to John O'Keefe all the way back on January 28, 2022, in the hours before Karen Reed allegedly backed into John O'Keefe with her car? Now Karen has admitted she was drunk driving at the time with a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29 after having 9 vodka drinks over 3 hours. Did Karen Reed in the hours before that tragic collision between allegedly Karen's car and John's body that left John dying in the snow for hours and eventually succumbing to hypothermia and traumatic brain injury? In the hours before that, on January 28th in the afternoon, did Karen use the word from the jump in a text conversation with John? Was it read aloud in court today? And does that Henry Blue account use the word from the jump a lot? Though both of those things are true. Great catch. Great catch. Friends on X, you're all honorary towels. Let's listen.
p.m. on the 28th.
Let's go back to get some tech.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump, 5:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant.
There you have it, folks. You nailed it. Absolutely nailed it, X-Friends. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Catch more towel streams, get updates. Today we saw Karen Reed literally confess in front of the jury on video through her, quote, testimony in hidden, never-before-seen footage given to a documentary crew where Karen was providing an interview where Karen admitted to being intoxicated and drunk driving when she shouldn't have been in the very moments before Reed is alleged to have struck John O'Keefe well in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour with a BAC of between 0.13 and 0.29 at exactly 12:32 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Karen's car at the moment of impact reduced from 24.2 to 23.7 miles an hour according to vehicle data, and her steering wheel corrected 4.7 degrees to the right. Murder by Maestro. Oh, we knew that. They talked about the parameters of the jury view already. Karen was going to go. I guess she's not going, which makes sense because the jurors don't like her now. Clearly. But yes, basically the jurors can't travel. They can. The last time, both sides could have to travel in the bus with the juror. Both sides can make observations. Judge Cannoni's there too, and then Karen was going to go in a separate car. So it's no different than the last time. They can go in the bus. They all go. They're going to Fairview Road. No one can go anywhere near it. You don't go anywhere near that area today. And then the jurors, when they do their view, there's a still pool camera and a video camera. It's not live, but later on we get pictures, not of the jurors, but of what the scene was like during the view. Okay, that we will see that. God said, go for me, keep up the good work, Grant. I applaud you for your openness of God. Towel is very religious. Towel definitely is unabashed in his religion. Towel does not proselytize. Towel is not going to try to, I'm not saying conversion is bad, but I'm not going to try to convert you to my religion. But in terms of being very religious, yes, I am very religious, and I am unabashed in my religion. And if you are religious, more power to you. If you're a different kind of religion than me, more power to you. If you're not religious at all, more power to you. Your beliefs are your beliefs and mine are mine, and I think we should all be proud of them. Now, don't use them as a cudgel to hurt people. I won't like that. But by all means, express your beliefs here. I'm a towel, and we're all towels, and we appreciate each other. Now, let's take a look at the conversation involving this plumber, this mysterious plumber. Text messages showing Karen using this plumber. Karen's papa was a... Karen's papa is not Karen's papa, John's papa. When I'm using the word papa, because in the text messages you're going to see John calls him papa. So, to make the text messages make sense, it could be a grandfather, whatever. We have to say papa is John O'Keefe's father, okay? And John O'Keefe's father is a plumber. And John does plumbing work, or did plumbing work with his father from time to time. And you could see Karen had been fighting with John all day. If you saw it, we're not going to watch every text message yesterday, okay? But in the lead up to this plumber conversation, for hours, Karen had been trying to call John, get John to talk to her, whatever. He won't do it. He's like, it's Kaylee's special day. His adopted, now thrice at that time, double or orphaned niece and nephew, both. Her dear mother, Kristen, had passed away some 7 or so years before 2022, due, I think it was in November of 2013, due to cancer. And then Kaylee's father passed away on January 12th, 2014. So I think just a few months later, also from a medical condition. And John, of course, nobly changed his whole life. He took a desk job with the Boston police looking into very bad people. He was a noble cop. He was raising these 2 kids as his own. He adopted them. And we're going to see after Karen, it was Kaylee's special day. She had just got into a really good private school, either Bishop Fian or Xavier. I forget. One of her friends got into one of those schools, or maybe they both got into Bishop Fian. I forget what it was. But Michael Camerano's daughter, who was John's very good friend, also got into a good school. So they were all happy all day. And Karen is just trying to torment John. And John won't answer the phone. John won't respond. Finally, Karen starts saying this stuff about like a plumbing emergency and how she's having a plumber come over during a blizzard. And that finally gets John to talk to her. And it is scary, Lisa Cox, I agree. So we are going to watch this video because you're going to see the extent of Karen's depravity. I don't even know if this plumber was real, but the only reason I think she brought up this plumber is you'll notice it finally got John to talk to her. So let's take a listen, friends. Let's take a listen. Day 3 retrial hearing related to the presentation of evidence. My word, it was explosive. It was explosive because of the video clips of Karen admitting to drinking and driving, which she said she knew she shouldn't have been doing on the morning that she is alleged to have killed John O'Keefe by backing into him in anger with her car at 24.2 miles an hour at 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Now, friends, we are going to see the text messages, the more in-depth text messages involving a mysterious plumber that Karen started mentioning to John to torment John emotionally. Karen had just tried to isolate John from his friend Michael Camerano. She said she couldn't be around him. Karen had tried to isolate John from his own double-orphaned adopted niece and nephew, who John took in years before he started dating Karen the second time. Years before. After their parents, one after the other, died of tragic medical conditions, John's sister Kristen and her husband Steve, within months of each other. And John took those kids in, and Karen was trying to isolate John from those kids. And now what do we see when Karen hears that John's papa, a plumber, his father, Mr. O'Keefe, is at the house, John's house? Karen then starts mentioning how she is going to bring over some random plumber from Mansfield just to torment John. Who is this plumber? Is his name Richie? Is he some random guy? Will we ever find out? Let's watch the clip. I'm a towel, and the towel friends are commenting along as we go.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight? 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower. 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow, no driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming? 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji, 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael, 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy Richie fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. O'Keefe still here with an emoji, and p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. On the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday. 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm. 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work. 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m.? 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road. 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday. 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday. 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there. 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th.
That's fine. He's not going to get it.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'd to know I can take a if I need to. 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday, 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing, 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now. 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere. 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave. 8:35:26 p.m. on the 28th.
You heard it yourself, folks. You heard it yourself. This plumber, Richie, I highly doubt, if he even existed, I highly doubt that this man was at Karen Reed's house for free in a blizzard on a Friday night, and I highly doubt he was coming back. It wasn't just Karen trying to manipulate John by saying, look at this man coming over to help me. Karen was manipulating John to talk to her by getting him, mentioning his interests. She tried everything all day. He wouldn't talk to her. Finally, she said, oh, my plumbing. And that got John, because he used to help his papa with plumbing, to be like, oh, Karen, don't do that, whatever. She manipulated the hell out of John O'Keefe. You all saw it happen in real time right there with those text messages being read. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and let me make one other point. Someone said this was Kaylee's, the niece's special day, and her name has been said in testimony. So this was Kaylee's special day, and we'll use her first name. She had just gotten accepted to Bishop Fian along with Michael Camerano's daughter. Maybe one got accepted to Bishop Fian, maybe one got accepted to Xavier or something. But the point is, they both got accepted to very prestigious schools. They were both very happy. They were celebrating. The attention was on Kaylee, and here's Karen having a meltdown. You want to know something else interesting? Do you want to know the anniversary of John O'Keefe's double orphaned niece and nephew's father's passing? That is celebrated, or I should say honored and remembered and anniversarized each year. January 12th. Do you know what day Karen Reed started the affair with Brian Higgins? Or tried to? John's friend? The man Karen would go on to kiss in the basement of John's home after the January 15th or 17th, I think it was January 15, 2022, Patriots game, when the Patriots got blown out 47-21 or something by the Buffalo Bills up in Buffalo. Karen initiated that affair with Higgins on January 12th, 2022. The day that Kaylee and her brother and John were observing the passing of John's brother-in-law, Steve. Do you think that was a coincidence, friends? Do you think it was a coincidence that when Karen wasn't getting the attention on Kaylee's special day, she did the exact same thing and tried to flood John with emotionally abusive, aggressive text messages until John eventually caved and started talking to her? That is disgusting. It's disturbing. It's a pattern of behavior. And folks, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and you just saw those text messages about the mysterious Richie the plumber read in real time. We've been watching along with the Towel Friends. I'm going to continue talking with them. All right, I found the clip. So, folks, you just saw the whole situation with the plumber. I don't need to recap it for you again, but I found what folks asked us to take a look at, the arrest. Folks, so you're saying this is a First Amendment auditor. This is Kate Peters' friend, the woman who it was like a self-reported PI or something in the orbit of the Reed and Aiden Turtleboy Kearney cases. This is Kate Peters' friend, and I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Let's take a look at this actually before we go on. So the man who was arrested, okay, there were arrests in the Karen Reed trial buffer zone. We're going to watch the first person view of the arrest. But folks, let me just show you this. I mean, don't mistake this. Was it? I think it was later that day. Hold on. I got the. Come on now. Where is the clip? Where is the clip? You're a towel. It might have actually been before that. I think there's a better way to do this. I'm a towel. You're all towels. We're taking a look at the context behind this clip involving the man who got arrested. It's right. No, it's not Karen Reed. It's this one. No, is it this one? No, you're a towel. It is Court TV, but it's actually this one. So that's the guy who got arrested. His name's Bao. And what's weird is, so see, he's in the car with Kate Peter there on the right. That was earlier, a few months ago. He then gets arrested yesterday in the buffer zone, and then he retains Larry Foreman, the guy who's a Turtle Boy ally, to be his lawyer. That's some weird stuff, folks. I mean, you can see him being arrested there, okay? But how weird is that? How weird is that he's also friends with Kate Peter? He's not a First Amendment auditor. He's a troll who I think is a Justice for John O'Keefe supporter who's friends with Kate. Okay? That's what I think people don't really understand about this arrest. But hold on, there's one more thing that folks asked to take a look at, which is you wanted to see the actual situation with the arrest. So let me bring that up. Now let's watch this together. I haven't watched this coverage, but this was apparently the moment of the arrest as reflected live. Now let me bring where's your comments? Oh, wrong window. Okay, there we go. Now your comments should run again in real time. All right, so let's watch this. No, not like that, please. Let's watch this. Hold on.
Code. Come on, get back.
Get back this way?
Get back. Get across the street.
What was that?
QR code.
I don't.
Are you kidding me right now?
Okay, I'm just, I'm in shock, and that's why my heart rate's up, and I'm talking like this. I didn't know I was going to get slammed against the car.
Listen, my heart rate would be up if I was in cuffs too.
Yeah, you're still live streaming on your phone. It's locked.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, I don't care.
So why did you say that? What does that have to do with anything?
Because I'm trying to shut your phone off.
Why don't you stop tampering with my phone?
I'm trying to shut it down.
Why don't you stop tampering with my phone?
Welcome back to the Here's the Deal channel. We have another fellow American who was just detained and arrested by the...
We're not going to... I just want to see the actual primary source. Let me see if he plays the full thing.
Over here?
Over here.
Bow.
Hey, go on. Get back.
Get back this way?
Get back. Get across the street.
Over here?
Over here.
Oh, what's going on?
Go.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Can you tell me what's going on?
You cross the street, you're getting locked up.
Do you know what? Can you tell?
You gotta keep moving. Back behind the buffer zone, okay?
Can you tell me what's going on?
Hey, trooper, deal with them.
Hey, can you tell me what's going on? I'll comply with you. I just don't know what's going on. I just got here.
You're not free on this slice of American soil.
Yes, the buffer zone is constitutional pursuant to Cox v. Louisiana and Adderley v. Florida. It's not that you're not free, it's that it cedes to a compelling state interest. That would be like saying you only have a Sixth Amendment right in capital cases. No, you have a Sixth Amendment right in non-capital cases because of the 14th Amendment. Okay, hold on. Thank you for playing the footage.
Can you just tell me what's going on? I'll comply to whatever you need me to comply with.
So we just have a buffer zone and because of the case and because of how...
Well, keep that in mind. Bow...
It is.
I'll read it.
All fellas are like right there is where the buffer zone starts, okay? So you gotta move it, so you just gotta move
He's
it
just
along,
explaining
okay?
it to me.
But you're not talking, so you can move.
I mean, I just got here, man. I just got into town. I'll keep it moving. Yeah, can you tell me what's going on? Yeah.
So you got a buffer zone, right? So that's it.
What was that? I don't...
Are you kidding me right now?
That right there is an authoritarian psychopath. Keep in mind...
No, it's not. It's a very clear buffer zone order. It's a very... Whether you're Kate Peters' friend or otherwise.
These other instructions...
Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, how's that for fair and impartial?
This guy realizes
We want a fair and impartial trial, but we're not going to do fair and impartial policing. That's what they said by their actions there.
Wait, do you understand this man is a Justice for John O'Keefe supporter who is friends with Kate Peter. I don't understand. How can you be making comments like that and be just so uninformed? It goes against his point. They were enforcing it against someone who's allied with the witnesses in the state police and is friends with Kate Peter. It goes against every single point they're making. It's not unequal enforcement. It is enforcement against both sides fairly. In fact, I don't even know if Karen Reed supporters have been arrested. There have been reports of that, but I don't know about that. This is an arrest of someone who's not a Karen Reed supporter, so it goes against every point that man was just trying to make, and I don't understand why he's saying this. But hold on, let's keep listening. I don't know, kiddies. I don't know, because Kate Peter is this weird, like, in my opinion, she's like this Discord internet troll, and so she has all these friends who are, listen, Bow's a little weird. He comes up to me sometimes, and I don't know, he's never been, like, mean to me, but his aura is just weird, and I think she knows trolls, and this is a troll, and that's why this is ridiculous. I don't understand why that man was in the buffer zone. I don't understand if Kate sent him there or whatever, but clearly he should not have been there, and it was inappropriate to mess with the police in the way that he did. He was clearly trolling, and he got arrested for it.
And I'm getting claustrophobic.
What's your first name?
My name is Bao.
You have an idea?
All right,
Yeah.
listen, I have your property, okay?
Okay, I'm just, I'm in shock, and that's why my heart rate's up, and I'm talking like this. I didn't know I was going to get slammed against the car.
Listen,
like this.
my heart rate would be up if I was in cuffs too.
Right, but I didn't.
Just take a breath. Take a breath.
Like,
take a breath.
I just need some water. I need the medic. I just need my heart rate. Yeah, I'm in shock.
Okay, hey, listen. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Listen, take a breath.
Stop talking.
Take a breath.
Breathe. You're fine, right? I haven't done it, right?
Well, I just got. I don't know if I'm
You're
fine. I
fine.
just got slammed up against the car, and my head hurts. And
Okay. You're
I didn't know I was
also
going
a
to be
grown.
slammed up against the car like
You're
that.
also a grown man.
Yeah, but I just got slammed. I just got a really big person just slammed me up against the car.
Listen.
And I don't know what happened. Like I'm trying to figure out what happened.
You're a grown man. I mean, what's a talking from higher of accept words only. We're just gonna go ahead and wreck your life in the.
I'm dizzy. He just slammed me up against that car. Like he slammed my head up
It's
against.
on camera. Your head wasn't slammed against
Well,
the car.
I'm dizzy. My head hurts. I feel like I'm in shock, and you're just telling me to calm down. I need a medic.
Okay.
I need medical attention.
So for what?
Are you denying me medical attention? I'm dizzy. I just got slammed up against
you're
a
dizzy,
vehicle.
what else?
I'm dizzy, and you're denying me medical attention.
No, I just want
I'm in
to.
shock.
I need to know the
I'm going through trauma right now. Like I need a medic. I'm thirsty. I'm dry mouth. This is crazy.
We'll call an ambulance for you.
Please
Don't worry
do.
about it. Yeah. Put your legs in. We know.
Call down. Get a medic.
Nobody wants to be closed.
Okay, we're going to call the
Thank you for having
ambulance.
some fucking humanity.
This is torturous.
Why,
The reason nothing, man. He came up and slammed me into a goddamn van, man. And you're telling me to talk to the court. Like it's reason fucking nothing,
it's
man.
for the court while you're under arrest.
Man, you just told me go fuck
I'm
myself
trying-
and tell the court. You almost tried to deny me medical attention.
No,
Like, and now
I
you're trying to
didn't.
explain all this away?
Okay.
Like, fuck this,
I'm trying
man.
to talk to you
I don't
like a
know
man.
what's
I don't
going
need to
on.
talk to you
Like, I
anymore.
don't know what's going on.
I
I
don't
just
need-
got slammed up against the fucking transit. Now you're gonna close the door on me? You just said you was gonna leave it open for some air.
I am leaving open.
Yeah, and then you try to talk to me and try to explain this to me like it was some fucking, like you can just explain it away. You just came and slammed me up against a van.
He doesn't just request medical attention. He sued them within like hours, folks. He retained a lawyer who has been on Turtle Boy's show, a lawyer who wished death on Lindsay Gattani, one of the named victims in Turtle Boy's open cases, and the woman who got information from Turtle Boy because he has a big mouth about how Karen Reed was talking directly to the old DOJ in Boston who hated cops and used a pretextual probe into John O'Keefe's death to uncover Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up by the same unit who investigated Karen. You know what I mean? It's just absolutely absurd.
To me like it was some fucking, like you can just explain it away. You just came and slammed me up against a van.
Keep talking over me.
I don't need to hear you. You told me to go talk to a court.
He sued them, folks. He sued the state police using Larry Foreman. It's not just that he was saying this stuff. He sued them. He's suing the state police because he got arrested in the buffer zone. This is a ally of the Justice for John O'Keefe supporter and alleged self-reported PI, Kate Peter. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I knew something like this was going to happen because of the people, in my opinion, Kate has in her orbit. I told you all. Did anyone listen to Little Towel? And people are like, no, Grant, no, we can't talk about this. Grant, just leave it till after the trial. No, I told you something like this was going to happen. I didn't even see this full clip. I only saw segments of it. God help us. Yeah, Eva. And now we have someone who's friends with Kate Peter who's retained the DUI guy to sue the state police. It's a farce. And look at Towel doing really good not cursing. Someone came in the other day and was like, Grant, if you're really a man of God, you shouldn't curse. Look at me holding myself back here. Look at me holding myself back.
Because that's what you're
yeah, right. Because I got slammed up against a van, and now I have to go talk to a court.
You can keep talking. It's all right. We're gonna get
Jesus, man. Can you please get me medical attention? He just slammed my head up against that metal van.
It's on the way.
And as I was walking away.
This is during a live stream. I doubt that.
Like, how am I supposed to see anything?
I'll talk to you when you're ready to talk. But if you don't
what do you want to talk about?
I just want you to take a breath and relax.
I need some water. Like, you're denying me medical attention. I didn't do anything.
Can you imagine locking someone and tied their head to the trunk?
And you're trying to deny me medical attention.
The medical attention's on the way. How many times I have to tell you that?
Well, you tried to.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You tried to tell me, why do you need medical? I don't fucking need to tell you why I need medical. You slammed me up against a goddamn van.
I was never here.
Well, you sure complacent and helping everyone did it. Because if you wasn't, I wouldn't be in cuffs. You would unlock me. Listen, nothing, man. You're complacent and all this
I'll
shit.
have a conversation with you.
I don't want a combo with you.
Right.
You're helping the people that hurt me. Why would I want a combo with you? Why would I want a combo with you?
Yeah, you're a henchman of the people who kidnapped this guy and locked him in. You
just harmed me, and now you want to talk to me? What kind of fucked up psychopath are you?
Sir.
Can't argue with that.
You just hurt someone to the point where they need medical attention, and now you want to talk to them? What? You fucking psychopath.
Now these up to date, again, this is being live streamed. As I record this person right here just says, damn, according to Toe for Life, they put him on a mental hold. 72-hour mental hold or whatever the stupid thing is called, Massachusetts 15A.
Do you have a license with you? Live streaming when I grabbed. Do you have an ID with you? Hey, it's still live streaming. His phone. Shut his phone. Do you take a breath a little bit, or do you still want to talk? So it's on the way. Right? Come on. Do you hear the alarm?
Shut his phone off.
I'm in shock.
He doesn't have it on him. I can't get into his phone. Why? His phone's not on him. It's locked.
I know. I got grabbed. I'll tell you why. I got grabbed and slammed up.
Oh, so wait, are they watching his channel? Said he's still live streaming, shut off his phone, and the guy who grabbed his phone says it's shut off and locked. So they didn't realize that he was still live streaming through his phone. They realized it some other way. How did they realize that? Did somebody tell them, or are they connected to his and watching his channel?
No, you didn't. Like Mike slammed me up against the van. That's why I'm in shock, and then I need water. He slammed me up against.
All right, we'll give you water.
What? You think I'm in shock because nothing happened? Like, I just got here. I don't know what happened.
This guy doesn't know what he's saying.
You know the
phone.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Tommy was saying this stuff the other day too, and I was kind of laughing at Tommy. Do any of you really think the state police aren't monitoring this stuff? That's what intelligence agencies do. He's so shocked they're watching the live streams. Of course they're watching the live streams. Oh my God. Some of you just blow my mind sometimes.
What? You think I'm in shock because nothing happened? Like, I just got here. I don't know what happened.
You know the drill.
What drill? I just got here.
You know. There's a buffer zone policy.
He was explaining to me. Your trooper was explaining to me when you grabbed me and slammed me up.
I told you to get back. You didn't listen.
I did listen. I got back.
You don't.
Your trooper was explaining it to me. He was in the middle and explaining it to me.
You're where you are because of you. You're where you are.
I'll go.
Bow crossed the road as soon as that trooper told him to cross the road, and then he told the other trooper to deal with him, and the trooper was explaining what was going on.
Why did the bow cross the road?
Leave. I know now. You inform me now. I'll leave.
Yeah, you're still live streaming on your phone. It's locked.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're still live streaming.
What does that have to do?
This is actually really intense. I've never seen anything like this. So apparently, he has a system set up where he can live stream with the phone locked. That's actually pretty smart. So the cops can't turn it off. That's very defensive. I mean, it's a genius tactic.
Doing
You're
anything.
being recorded right now
What does
also.
mean? I showed up live streaming.
You've been here from day one.
And what
Okay?
does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay, if you
That
don't
means nothing
understand,
to me.
okay, you just say right
You
there.
all I
yell
asked
away.
for was information.
Yell away
I
all
asked
you
to be
want.
informed.
Yeah, yell
And
away.
as I was getting informed, you slammed me into that van.
Good, good. Yell away all
Like,
you
what-
want.
Do you think you're a big bad man for doing that?
No, man, I'm telling you, I'm trying to talk to you. You're
No,
not
you
listening.
didn't. How is grabbing me, talking to me? How is slamming me into a van, talking to me? That is crazy.
By the way, we're not just watching this, folks. This is a Karen Reed buffer zone trial arrest. Karen Reed trial buffer zone arrest from the other day. I've never seen anything like this. It's the guy is being very disrespectful to the cops. Can't believe this is someone who's friends with Kate Peter. I knew something like this was going to happen. By the way, my name's GrantSmithEllis. It's coming up on 8:45 a.m. We will have coverage of the Karen Reed trial on this stream, including Towel's multicam coverage and the world-famous Karen Cam. That will be in about 15 minutes. We're having a half day today before the jury goes on their view. For now, we're watching this wild arrest, the first-person footage of the arrest at the Karen Reed buffer zone. This man was eventually hauled into Dedham District Court on charges, but we are going to continue to watching. His name is Bao.
Live streaming?
No, I don't care.
So why'd you say that? What does that have to do with anything?
Because I'm trying to shut your phone off.
Why don't you stop tampering with my phone?
I'm trying to shut it down.
Why don't you
for
stop tampering with my phone? Why don't you stop trying to tamper with my phone, Mike?
Well, Murph, I understand. I don't really want to watch this either, but I every day we check in on what happens in the buffer zone. We didn't have an arrest. I know. No, trust me, Murph. I am sympathetic with you there. If you think that I am not aggravated, you may have missed my comments earlier where I had to refrain from cursing because of how this man is acting. I am seeing this video for the first time. I did not screen this ahead of time. I assure you, I had to ask the chat earlier to find me this clip, and I eventually was able to pull it up. I had no idea what we were going to watch. I am not pleased that we are watching this. I'm not condoning this. I'm not endorsing this. I'm playing this because part of what we do on this stream is we cover things that happen in the buffer zone. I can't not play it because it's a Justice for John O'Keefe allied person. It's what happened. I don't know what to say, folks. I literally, as you're all saying your comments, I did not watch this in full ahead of time. I saw short clips of the first person video. I said, oh, okay, like the 53-second clip, they probably got the phone shut off. Let's watch what happened. I didn't know it was 10 minutes of this guy having managed to get first-person footage because he locked his phone. I mean, yes, that's what I'm... So in some sense, listen, I think a lot of people are now having an opportunity to really think about what it is to be a police officer in a buffer zone, enforcing an order that has been upheld by the Supreme Judicial Court in Massachusetts, the Federal District Court in Boston, okay? And will soon be upheld, I'm sure, by the appellate court as well. Under multiple decades of Supreme Court precedent dating back to Cox v. Louisiana in the 60s and Adderley v. Florida a few years later, maybe in the 70s. Okay? There's some real value to seeing, no, Dewdrops, this isn't FKR. That's why I think people are a little uncomfortable with this. This is a Justice for John O'Keefe allied person. So, you know what I'm saying? We have to... I think this is a moment. Let me just take a second because we've caught ourselves up on everything that's going on with the trial. The one clip I'm going to play is Murder by Maestro was so kind to get us a clip of the jury view, which is going to, from last time, what we'll see the footage later today of today's jury view, but the footage we got after the last jury view. But I just want to say, this is a moment, right, it's a moment for us to pause and reflect and just say, like, if your immediate reaction to this video was, wow, what that behavior is entirely inappropriate inside the buffer zone, there's no argument for this man to be doing this stuff, as Amber Am is saying, then it doesn't matter what side the person is on. That's what I'm saying, Dewdrops. And I know you didn't, please, it's hard to figure out what this person is doing or why they're doing this. But as we watch this clip, I think it's a moment for self-reflection. If you watch Towel stream a lot, you will know that I have said over and over and over and over again, I'm very concerned with this toxic cult of personality that surrounds Aidan Kearney and Kate Peter. I've said it over and over and over again. It was always going to manifest in something like this. It's a deplorable look. I'm reacting in real time to some of the things that just occurred and some of the things I heard. Entirely inappropriate from that man. It was baiting. It was bordering on First Amendment auditor activity. He is no, he's Kate Peters' friend. Whoever made that. I'm sorry, your comment went off the screen too quick. There's a lot of people chatting. He is Kate Peters' friend. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I know it's an uncomfortable thing to look at, but I'll just pull it up again if you really want me to. You know, look at that is Kate Peter and Bao. Okay, that is Kate Peter and Bao in a car together. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's Bao getting arrested on the left, and then a few months ago, that's footage of Kate Peter and Bao. Look, the camera's going to turn. There's Bao. There's Kate Peter. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, folks. It's uncomfortable to have to think about. It's uncomfortable for me to grapple with. But again, this is not the first time I've said to folks, I'm concerned. I don't know where this is going, etc. I don't like where this is going. All right, so I'm shocked Kate Peter hasn't started a free Bao campaign. No, he already sued JJ. He retained Turtle Boy's ally, the DUI guy, Larry Foreman from Kentucky, who wished death on Lindsay Gattani, one of the named victims in Kearney's open felony cases. Okay? He retained that guy to sue the state police over this. Let's watch the video Murder by Maestro got us, though, because Murder by Maestro is a wonderful human being, and everybody loves Murder by Maestro. And Murder by Maestro puts in work, and as a result of Murder by Maestro's very kind putting in work, we are going to take a look. Now, oh, wait a minute. We might have footage of Karen arriving at court. Hold on. I'm a towel. You're a towel. We're all towel. Is that the O'Keefe family? Why are we watching the ramp? You're a towel. I'm a towel. We're all towels. You're a towel. There we go. We have the footage. Hold on. We're giving it's a lot of Elizabeth Little glamour shots recently. I'll give Elizabeth Little the glam shot. She deserves it. She's an honorary towel. You know what? I think I'm going to declare this now. Elizabeth Little is just along for the ride. She has done nothing wrong. She can be an honorary towel. You heard it here first, folks. Elizabeth Little, along for the ride, honorary towel. Good morning, friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. If you aren't already watching along on the towel stream on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis or watching along on X with us, all the towel friends are having a wonderful time commenting. We have live footage from just seconds ago of Karen Reed arriving in Norfolk Superior Court for day 4, a half day of the murder trial related to Karen allegedly striking John O'Keefe while drunk. Admittedly, Karen admitted in videos played for the jury on Thursday that she was drunk at the time of the collision with John. Alleged collision with John at 12:32 a.m. on January 29, 2022. We now have video of Karen Reed's arrival just seconds ago for Friday's day 4 of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Let's watch. Elizabeth Little leading the pack. Birds chirping. On the top. Silence. Humble. Karen Reed. Adolescent jokes with the court officer. Tune in, as I said, live coverage with special towel multicam coverage, including, as I mentioned, live Karen cam coverage and coverage of the Bill and Janet Reed cam, the David Yannetti cam, the Alan Mr. Marshmallow Man Jackson cam, and then the Hank Brennan cam. See you all shortly. Trial starting this morning right after 9 a.m. Eastern. My name is GrantSmithEllis. All right, towel friends, thank you for allowing me to do that. I have now informed the necessary... we have the light. Praise be. It is not the fan, it is the light. Praise be to the light. The light of the world shines upon us. We don't have to look at the fan. Praise be to the lights. Well, listen, Towel is allowed to comment on whatever Towel wants to comment on. Oh, yeah, I agree, JJ. Kate makes weird pejorative comments. I think because I'm a little bit too close to the truth about the behind-the-scenes political proxy war between the DOJ and the Norfolk DA and how it stumbled onto the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, which could implicate Brian Tully's unit, and Kate Peters friends with Brian Tully. Brian Tully's friends with Jen McCabe. Therefore, there's incentive for people to go after Towell because Towell does not have a side and is nonpartisan and will critique Republicans, Democrats, and even Towell sometimes. And it doesn't matter who you are or who you know. I'm here to find truth and also preach the word, apparently of the gospel and unconditional love, but in a non-proselytizing, pluralistic way. I'm a Towell. All right, so now let me get the Karen Cam ready. Who is ready to get a live peek into the courtroom? We must prepare the Karen Cam. You're a Towell. I'm a Towell. We're all Towels. All righty. So, Murder by Maestro, nice to see you again. We are all Towels. We are all in love. I agree. Towels spread universal love. Sorry I can't keep track of all your comments. God is good. I agree, Bino. Sorry I can't keep track of all your comments. Towel is doing a number of things simultaneously right now, including praising the light. We don't have to look at the fan. We can look at the light. God brings us the light, and we embrace the light. If they go to that fan, the fan is the devil. We are, on this channel, we do not support the fan. We are only supporters of the light. If they put the fan on, Towel gets very upset. Very, very upset. Yes, it's a half day of evidence, and the jury is taking a trip to Fairview. That is correct. I appreciate that it is just a wall of Towel friends. Eva, what is your question? I'm a Towel. I'll do my best to answer it. I appreciate that it's just a wall of Towel friends that are blue. So if you come into the chat, it's like, oh, I want to get my question on the screen or the chat on the screen, but then you're like, oh no, it's 50 or 75 Towel friends. They are going to consume me in a loving fashion because they are Towels. Okay, let me get the towel cam. The towel cam. The towel multicam. For some reason, I think people really enjoy Towel's infectious energy. I know some people are like, that's a little weird. Well, we have to deal with complex legal developments in a very sad case about the loss of a very noble and honorable man in John O'Keefe. And so moments of levity are some of the few fleeting sort of grounding elements of the coverage that I feel are in line with the spirit of uplifting humanity in the furtherance of acts of compassion and kindness and service for others. It goes in line with the Reithian values of educate, inform, and entertain, as found at the reflected in the founding of the BBC. What do you want from me? I've thought about this a lot. Okay, so we're going to get the Karen Cam ready because we have about 5 minutes until we come into session here, folks. We got the clip of a very forlorn Karen Reed walking into court. She looked defeated, had nothing to say. She is not a Towel. Well, I guess all people are Towels, as we talked about earlier, but she's not an honorary Towel. The only person who gets to be an honorary Towel on the defense team is Elizabeth Little, because she's just along for the ride. Towel does not object to Elizabeth Little, in principle, as of yet. I reserve all my rights to raise further objections to Miss Little's existence as an honorary Towel in the future. I'm a Towel. All right, pardon me, folks. I'm getting the Karen Cam all ready here, which takes some Karen Towel finagling. Come on, little Towel. We can do this. I'm a Towel. I know you're a Towel. You're all Towels. We're all Towels. All right, everybody patient with little Towel now. Everybody patient. There's multiple layers of authentication Towel has to go through to be able to get on this Karen Cam. They really don't want people just using the Karen Cam. I understand why. Towel understands why. You must be a responsible steward of the Karen Cam. 6. Yeah, but if you see unauthorized people using the Karen Cam who are not approved, definitely alert Towel. Okay, the Karen Cam is prepped. We are ready for when it is all ready. And I'm a Towel. Okay, now all Towel friends must wait as Towel does one more thing. And you might say, what are you doing, Towel? Well, actually, let me do 2 things. 1, I dropped my water bottle. 2, I want to say that this is a public information service. And if you're enjoying this coverage, if you want to see it continue, if you want to see it expand, if you want to see me thrive and reach my eudaimonia asymptotic though that pathway may be, as a towel, you are more than welcome, much like PBS, to donate in support of this public information service. If you're wondering where that donation information is, normally when I start saying this donation read, which happens once every 90 minutes, so we're right on cue, someone will post it in the chat. I will if for whatever reason I either forget or don't see it scroll by as I'm closing my eyes right now to do this donation read. But yes, you can support Little Towel, you can support these efforts, but if you don't, then please do not feel obligated to donate. If you've already donated, don't donate again unless you're able to. Please don't. If you need to eat and all of those other things, focus on yourself, your family, and your loved ones. Furthermore, if you want to donate to homeless veterans or other things or engage in other acts of service, do that, and tell me about it. That'll make me just as pleased. And on the non-donation subject, apparently a way to really help this channel is to click the subscribe button and then click the like button while the video is live broadcasting. And all of those are ways that endear you to Little Towel's heart and make you part of the wider towel fabric of the universe, the wider towel universe and the fabric thereof, which is consistently expanding on a daily basis on the basis of universal love, compassion, toleration, and justice for John O'Keefe. Hey, that was pretty good. All right, what was I? Oh, yes. So now one other thing that we have to do as we get ready to go into session, which, by the way, I'll give you a 40-second heads up before we go into session. Much like a race car reporter, we must do this. How shall we do this? I think I want to, since it's her, I want to retweet the actual broadcast. I think that makes the most sense. Good morning again, towel friends. It is Day 4 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Karen arrives to court again, a lonely, desolate, despondent figure. The clips played to the jury yesterday of Karen confessing to drunk driving and of Karen mocking John's mom hit hard. I think hit hard is the best way to go with that. I said despot figure. It's despondent. That's actually a tough word to spell. Despondent. Okay, now, is that exactly the number of characters? No, that's too many characters. Good morning. I don't think we need to say again. I think good morning, towel friends, is sufficient. All right, now give me 1 second while I do one more thing, which is I must obtain the video that we just recorded all of 4 minutes ago of Karen Reed arriving into court. If you're new to these towel streams, not only does Towel do these live broadcasts, but for the people who can't watch live, I try to render clips, which is why you heard me do that weird sort of break into a clip in the middle of the broadcast earlier, because I will clip what we're doing and then I'll upload it for the towel friends who are unable to watch live with us. So, as I upload that clip for you, let me check on one other thing, because I'm a towel, and I will see it. Oh, no! Oh, no, the fan has returned. This is entirely unacceptable. This is not okay. This is just not okay, towel friends. There's only one thing to do in a situation like this. Towel friends, you shall serve as a buffer. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I mean, that's somewhat what I wanted to do, but no. Towel for, oh yes, the preview of the jury view. I'm so sorry, I forgot it. Murder by Maestro got it for us. We can use that to cover up the fan being annoying. Hold on, pause. Murder by Maestro, you are a humble towel. You have provided a clip, and we shall watch that clip. And I know we're not in session yet because the Karen cam isn't active. And as soon as that is active, I'll give you the heads up. Come on now. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. Where's the nice video Murder by Maestro got for us? Because he's a towel. Come on. The video of the jury view. I downloaded it. I was 100%. Come on. Is there even more to download? Is it? Yep. I think I found it. I think I found it. Because I'm a towel. Give me 1 second. I'm not going to select the wrong video. I found it. Murder by Maestro. You are an honorable towel. You are a noble towel. You serve the public interest.
Yeah, that's my thing. That's what I say. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, he's a dick, he's a kook, but he is also, because it's like, you know, I just, like my parents watch the live stream and shit, and I'll tune in. I can't listen to the guy just fucking talk. Yeah. You know, because he's just spouting a ton of shit, and then it's like, comes to this, you lost it.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So there you go. That is what the jury is going to see today. And by the way, if you got some buffering, folks, it was not you. It was me uploading the clip of Karen arriving at court. It should be fully buffered now. And yeah, no, sometimes what you'll notice is, especially if folks, the Karen cam is not live, but hold on. Let me remove this video. So that was the jury view, by the way. That's what the jury, I don't know if Karen's car is going to be there, but we're going to see something very similar to that. Now, pause with me for a second here, folks, because I have to get that video off your screen, and then look what is going to come up on your screen. Oh, no, not the fan. Please don't torment us. Why must you do this to us? Well, look what I can replace it with. Folks, we are waiting for court to come into session. You have the early view. As soon as court is into session, you hopefully will see that turn to the Karen cam. All right, get ready, folks. We could be going live any second. Here we go.
Good morning.
For the record, before the court is Kamal versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So, good morning. I heard the counsel wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right, why don't you come on over to Sidebar?
All right, so you saw we're at Sidebar for a second there, folks. Give me a second while the screen turns over. I'm going to get the Karen Reed coverage up for you. We are in Sidebar. The stream on the right is just a little behind. Now, give me 1 second while I get these beeps off your screen and I switch us to the audio that is not beeping, hopefully.
Yes, please.
All right, why don't you come on over to Sidebar?
All right, so we're going to start at Sidebar. Now, the first thing I need to do, friends, is I'm going to get the Karen cam is not up. It probably will not go live until we see until the jurors get in the room. Oh, the courtroom is empty. Karen has no one there. What is going on? I don't understand. Are we not doing any presentation of evidence? I thought we were doing some oral argument today. Well, pause, friends, pause. We don't have a Karen cam right now. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are just awaiting the court to come out of its Sidebar, and there is a jury view today. So we were expecting some argument today. Maybe there's going to be no court today at all. But stay with us, folks. Stay with us. You never know what can happen during these things. And if a Karen cam does come on the screen, you will be the first to know, I promise. That green icon will change to the Karen cam. Now, folks, I also want to prepare you for the potential that we do the jury view and then come back for evidence, but it's a half day, and we did not get, all Hank Brennan was asked was, are there going to be experts today? And he said no. So we don't know when we're doing evidence. We don't know if there's going to be an argument. We will all be sitting together and watching. Now, let me get that chat going again. There we go. You shouldn't be getting buffered video right now. Let me double check the YouTube back end here, folks. No, you shouldn't be getting you shouldn't be getting any buffering right now. So if you are getting buffering, you might have to refresh the stream. And the reason why it can sometimes buffer is when Towel uploads a video clip to other sites. You all are watching in real time. Not everyone can. There will be a little bit of a hiccup, and if you have to reboot your stream, it'll normally catch you up to pass that sort of buffer. No, Fridays are normally always half days, or this was scheduled as a half day. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, this was scheduled as a half day. And we are now waiting to find out what we're going to do in the morning. Are we going to hear argument? Hold on, should be coming back into session.
All right.
Okay, that was not helpful. So pause 1 second. We need to find out if we're going on the jury view now, or if we are going to have the jury come in. If there's going to be a presentation of evidence. I did see the O'Keefe supporters there. I will do some monitoring because I'm a towel. We do not, and remember, we won't have a Karen cam until at least after jurors come in, if they do indeed come in. And normally they come in because they have to be asked if everything if they didn't see anything overnight. So I think we're going to at least see that. So stick with us for that, folks. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Grateful to have all you towel friends chatting away. I am taking a look, not seeing any updates. I know that we have the jury view, but I'm also wondering what we are going to do before that. Oh, so Katie Benoit is in trial. And Katie Benoit says the day starts with a sidebar. We don't have an update from Katie Benoit as to what happened after the sidebar, but I'm going to keep an eye on Katie Benoit's Twitter feed for you all. My name is GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned, and I'm sorry we have to watch The Fan. I did not want us to have to watch The Fan, but alas, we are watching The Fan. And was there anything else? So we took a look at, we can do it again if you want, actually. We can take a look at what the jury is actually going to go do today. We're in a 5-minute sidebar. But thanks to the incredible, incomparable, amazing Murder by Maestro, we have footage from last year's jury view. So let's bring that up. Now, this footage is pretty HD, so the reason why you may end up... actually, you know what? I have a better plan. I think... Well, I should let it load up, but you might get a little buffering because this footage is quite HD. So to even play it... I guess I'm down rendering it, actually, so it shouldn't be a huge deal, but give me 1 second. I have a better plan because even when I down render it, it's just a substantial amount of data. So what I'm going to do is while we're waiting for the court, if you're just tuning in, the Karen Reed trial at 9 started with a recess, and now we're waiting to see what's going to happen next. But what I'm going to do for you all, much like the towel racing announcer that I am, paying close attention. I don't know, what are we doing, F1 racing? Are we doing horse racing? I'm not really exactly sure. But what I am going to do is, no, I don't want that, thank you. I'm going to grab this, and then I'm going to make a post about it, and I'm going to say this. For those wondering what jurors will see roughly during today's site view, crime scene view in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, here is the video from last year's view during Reed's first trial as to drunkenly drunkenly driving her car into John and then leaving John to die in the snow. Provided by the incomparable Murder by Maestro. He actually is an incomparable towel. Murder by Maestro. Now, do you use a comma there when offsetting an introduction? I think you don't. I think you just say, provided by the incomparable towel, Murder by Maestro. Now, if you're wondering, Grant, why are you doing this? And it's because if I upload this clip to Twitter and then I bring the clip up on the screen, it will actually render better for you all. And if you're wondering what does that mean, well, that gets into this whole explication of the way in which compression preserves audible and visual elements of this light spectrum and hearing spectrum, while at the same time reducing the size and bit rate of files, therefore making it easier to stream them. Isn't that right, Murder by Maestro? I'm such a good towel with my explications. Okay, the file's already uploaded because I'm a towel. And as a result of it being uploaded, I should be able to click post in 1 second. Murder by Maestro is now going to get a notification on Twitter. And towel friends now have the benefit of me being able to take this little friendly clip, drag it over onto the screen we already have rendered. And now I can show it to you all. So this is what the jury might see today. I don't know if Karen's car is going to be there, but let's take a look together. And now this should be a lot more stable on the frame rate as well. All right, give me 1 second. Here we go. It should be up on your screen. Now, I'm a towel. And let me get your comments running again. Sorry about that. When I click away from the comments, they don't always run in real time. Now they should boot up. All right, come on, little towel. All right, here we go. As we wait for the Karen Reed trial to come back into session, there's a lot going on. And then we have the ability to watch this clip. And I'm going to bring these comments over here. So this is what the jury might see today. I guess we can listen with audio. The live mic from the pool feed is interesting.
Yeah, that's my goal. That's what I say. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, he's a dick, he's a kook, but he is also, because it's like, you know, my parents watch the live stream and shit, and I'll tune in. I can't listen to the guy just fucking talk. Yeah. You know, because he's just spouting a ton of shit, and then it's like, comes to this, lost it.
Yeah,
you know?
right, yeah.
Yeah, that's my goal. That's what I say. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, he's a dick, he's a kook, but he is also, because it's like, you know, my parents watch the live stream and shit, and I'll tune in. I can't listen to the guy just fucking talk. Yeah. You know, because he's just spouting a ton of shit, and then it's like, comes to this, lost it.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So yes, I'll mute the audio now,
my
but that I think you all have seen. This is what the jurors are going to see today. I'll let it keep playing for you so you don't have to watch the fan. And then at the same time, as soon as the trial comes back into session, you're going to hear that first. We will find out exactly what is going on as to the Karen Reed trial. There is a view today, but also we just went to Sidebar, and now we're waiting to find out what exactly the plan is going to be. Are we going right on the view, or are we coming back? Remember, it's a half day. The view is a bit of a production. They have to go from Dedham down to Canton, and it gets like a motorcade, so it's probably like 25 minutes there, an hour on the view, 25 minutes back. So that's the whole morning, basically. And I will say, I am going to take a look at some of the folks who I was just looking at on Twitter and see if I can get you any information about the plan. No information about the plan as of yet. Sometimes Christina waits to tweet until she actually knows what's going on. Nope, nothing yet from Christina. So I did see from Katie Benoit that the sidebar happened, but we saw that on Towel Feed at the same time. Let's see, taking a look now to see if anything is going to come up about what we're starting with. Yeah, I think the Free Karen Reed movement has been pretty decimated. You know what we can take a look at? We can take a look at, I'll try to load it up on the other screen. Let's see if there was any footage of the Free Karen Reed supporters in the buffer zone today. I imagine there were not many people there, but let's take a look. The stream from the Karen Reed supporters, Tom CPU, didn't even start until 8:30. Quite a day indeed, Towel friends. Quite a day indeed. And obviously, when court does come into session, we will be the first on it. So. Yes, let me see if I can get you any video, as I was mentioning earlier, from the buffer zone today. We obviously watched the arrest that occurred in the buffer zone a few days ago of a Justice for John O'Keefe allied person, Bao. That was pretty intense. And now Tal is going to bring up for you. Actually, no, Tommy is not there on the scene, so I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to find video of the buffer zone today. It looks like there might not be a lot of people there. Bear with Little Towel. Bear with Little Towel. As you all are watching what the jury's going to see today when they go on their view. Might be very similar conditions, actually. It's overcast up here in Boston. It's a little past 9:15 a.m. We are waiting for court to come back into session, of course. Court has taken a recess, normally for the jurors to get brought in. Towel is taking what Towel is going to see. Oh yeah, there's no ground coverage at all. Now let's see if I can check on another. Oh, court's coming back into session. You're all Towels.
You are unmuted.
All right, why don't counsel come down?
We might be going to Sidebar again. Hold on. I'm a Towel. I'm here with you, friends. We're going to sidebar again. We see an image of one person. We see an image of a bench. We zone in on this one person. I'm not sure who that is. She seems to be intrigued. She's a little bit blushing. I think she knows she's on national TV. Towel's providing real-time commentary. Not really sure why. I think it's because we're waiting for the sidebar to end. We've now come back after one sidebar for another sidebar. We now go over to images of the O'Keefe family. We see Mrs. O'Keefe. We see a man sitting with Mrs. O'Keefe. God bless Mrs. O'Keefe. We now sit patiently. There is Mrs. O'Keefe. God bless her. We sit patiently and we watch. We watch. We are at sidebar. Day 4 of the Karen Read trial. Patiently watching. Patiently waiting. Towels at the ready to see what happens. Oh. As Towel prepares to get us a little bit better shot here into the courtroom. We don't have a Karen cam yet, but we won't until after the jury walks in the room. So bear with little Towel. It's great to see all the Towel friends engaging in the chat. I feel like you don't even need me to read your comments. You all just talk to each other and it becomes part of the stream because it's now broadcast on the stream. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of a view for the Towel friends. A little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. All right. So, the court officers standing at attention. A headless figure, that might be Gretchen Voss, stands in the background. Towels, monitoring, waiting, watching. What will happen in today's Karen Read trial? What will happen? A hushed silence grips the courtroom. We wait. Karen has no supporters there, or her family. It may mean that we are going right into a view. Maybe there's going to be a motion argument. The reason why we have to sit is, as you know from previous Towel streams, if you tune out from this trial, even the pool feed sometimes gives up. You could miss big moments like that ARCCA Rule 14 voir dire discovery hearing the other day. Okay? So as Towel friends, we sit, we monitor, we watch. The moments are tense. The air hangs. Oh, thank you, Modelo Macy. I do my best. The air hangs heavy. There is one woman sitting in the courtroom on Karen Read's bench. I don't think she's part of Karen Read's team because she's on the other side of the black robe, on the other side of the black rope tape, I should say. The one woman sits. The court officers stand. Gretchen Voss ponders. The Towel friends, they watch. This is what it is, folks. This is what courtroom watching is all about. We stand here. We provide real-time commentary. It is like, apparently Towel is like some kind of race commentator. Oh, there we go. Towel has provided a better shot. Hold on one second. I'm being a Towel. There you go. So that is the shot. The O'Keefe family. They sit. Pensive. Waiting for the view to begin. Confident, I would hope. Despite Miss O'Keefe's agonizing, I'm sure, testimony about her son and his loss. The O'Keefe family sits, patient, waiting for the second sidebar of the day to begin. The world wonders, what is happening? What are we doing? What is going on? Nonetheless, a stillness hangs over the courtroom. Gretchen Voss, a headless figure, stands next to the court officers. Towel, watching, closely, pensively. I've been using the word pensive a lot. Reminds me of peninsulas. We don't have many peninsulas around here. Is Cape Cod a peninsula? Cape Cod's more of a isthmus. What's the difference between an isthmus and a peninsula? I haven't really thought about that very much today, folks. I don't know why I'm thinking about it now. But yes, I definitely go out of my way. I think that to provide an engaging stream where Towel friends are able to comment with each other, and I can see your comments in real time, and I think a lot of your real-time reactions are put better than Towel could say it himself. And although I can't read them all in real time because, oh, we're coming back into session. Towel watches.
Yes, please.
Towel at the ready.
Should be 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. What? You absolutely did not. Come on. No.
All rise to your victory.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things, and we were successful, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no. All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard, 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply, in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. There are some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you just to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is it's April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, there's a couple of things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already of photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to take a look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Dinetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received into evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the three front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. To stand next to it. To size it up, to take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
If you could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary? That you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues. That you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, please. Jurors, follow me.
All right, folks, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We just reached the conclusion of the morning session in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Jurors are now off on a view. We will not be back for afternoon testimony. So I'm now going to transition over. You're going to see me up on the screen because I'm a towel. And you all just heard both Hank Brennan, the prosecutor, and David Yannetti for Karen Reed, the defense attorney, deliver their view openings. There was a view last year, of course, and those of you who have been watching Towel Stream throughout the morning were able to see that view. We'll take a look at it one more time, because, of course, no one has any pictures of the current view because it hasn't happened yet. But we do have pictures from the last view, and we will take a look at that in 1 second. We're also going to keep an eye on whether there's footage of anyone walking out of court as folks head on the view. And then Towel is going to wrap up for the morning. Towel has some things. Actually, this is fortuitous timing. I have some things I must attend to. So that will be good for Towel to be able to do. And then furthermore, we'll also be able to see each other again, maybe once or twice over the weekend. But if not, we'll be back Monday for Bombshell testimony in the morning. I'm sure. We don't know what's coming, but it could be big. And then Bombshell ARCCA hearings related to Rule 14 in the afternoon. And actually, to build you up for that ARCCA hearing, I think what we'll do to wrap up this morning, because we ended so early. Oh, my name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm on the screen. So one, we're going to see if there's video of Karen leaving court. And then the second thing we're going to do is we are going to keep an eye on, we're going to take a look back actually on the preview of Monday's ARCCA hearing. We're going to see how bad it could potentially be for the defense. We're going to take a look at why Karen in particular should be very concerned about losing ARCCA from her witness list, not because of the content of their testimony, which is easily eradicated, but in terms of its authenticity and credibility due to ARCCA just Towel will show you what Judge Cannoni had to say as a harbinger of what's coming on Monday. I'll continue looking at your comments. And then the other thing I want to do as well, we are going to take a look to see if there's footage of Karen coming out of court. The first thing we're going to do is get that fan off your screen, because whether you're a towel or not, looking at that fan is incredibly annoying. So let me bring up for you instead the video of the view. We'll take a look at that one more time, because that's literally where the jurors are going now. They are packing up into a bus, and they are going to head out on their view to Fairview Road in Canton. I would suggest not being anywhere near that area today. Very, very good place to avoid because it is going to be locked down. And then let's take a look at the view, because I have that over here as well. So give me 1 second to bring that up. There we go. So that is what jurors are going to see, dear towel friends. That right there. I'll play that video for you in 1 second as I drag over to cover the fan so that we don't have to be tormented. No one should have to be tormented by watching that fan. So let's go ahead, and first of all, I think what I'll do is I want to keep your comments up. So I'm going to bring this over here, and then I'm going to make this full screen, and then we shall listen to it together. And then this is the view. This is what the jurors are going to see. This is last year's view.
Yeah, that's my view. That's what I say. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, he's a dick. He's a cuckoo, but he is also, because it's like, you know, I just, like, my parents watch the live stream and shit, and I'll tune in, and I can't listen to the guy just fucking talk. Yeah. You know, because it's just spouting a ton of shit, and then it's like, comes to this, walks in.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Cal friends, if you're wondering, the jurors are off on their view in the Karen Reed trial. We're taking a look. This is from last year's view. Folks were asking if there was a view last year. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the Cape is my family grew up on the Cape. I spent probably half my life down there in Buzzards Bay. Very nice area. Taylor's Point was built by the guy who founded the Boston Globe, actually. Yes, it was so great to see all you Tal friends. The one thing we're going to talk about, by the way, before we go, so if you're all wondering, okay, they're going on The View, what are we doing Monday? Well, we're going to have half a day of witness testimony, and then here's perhaps the most important thing. This is what's going to come up. It is the Rule 14 hearing involving Karen Reed's experts from ARCCA. She doesn't have really a lot of witnesses on her witness list, Karen Reed. So she really has is this ARCCA, these witnesses who were part of the pretextual federal probe, which was used as cover, in my opinion, to investigate the MSP, and then stumbled onto the Sandra Birchmore cover-up by the same unit that investigated Karen. However, the reason why we're looking into this ARCCA issue is that Karen Reed, on the record by Judge Cannoni, has already been found multiple times to have materially misled the court about the nature and extent of her communications and payments to ARCCA, including Reed's team saying they got an invoice out of the blue in July 2024, when it turns out that invoice was originally delivered via retainer agreement in March of 2024. And in the context of that retainer agreement in March of 2024, it's very interesting to note that according to public records, the most likely federal contract for ARCCA in the Reed investigation was initially for $36,000. About $25,000 of that, or so, $26,000 was deobligated. ARCCA got paid a little more than $9,000 by the feds for that contract. Now, interestingly, Reed's retainer agreement with ARCCA, $26,933 or $693, right around there. How interesting, right? It's almost like Reed knew from the very beginning that Reed was going to pay the difference and tried to hide that from Judge Cannoni, which caused a finding of materially misleading the court by Judge Cannoni as to Reed's lawyers previously. Then, on January 30th, 2025, new U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, after a transition at the DOJ from the old cop-hating DOJ under Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy and Dustin Chow, in my opinion, who had grudges against Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA, for various personal and also professional reasons that you can look up online. When Leah Foley comes in, all of a sudden Hank Brennan threw a TUI request, which you can read more about at U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan from 1985, or 126.00 U.S. Federal CFR 126.000, which you can also find explained in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual. Hank Brennan gets a response from that TUI request that's just a header of an invoice from ARCCA to Reed's team. Then 14 days later, on February 13, 2025, some communications and the full invoice comes out to Hank Brennan from Reed's team. That led Judge Cannoni to do another finding that Reed's lawyers on February 6 materially misled Judge Cannoni at Sidebar about the nature of ongoing contacts and potential payments to ARCCA. And then jump forward, we're going to see what's happening where just a few days ago, before opening statements, Reed was banned from mentioning ARCCA in her opening because Reed failed to turn over 105 text messages. She deleted them, her team, between her team and ARCCA, and instead Reed turned over a list of when the text messages were sent and received. So that led Judge Cannoni to issue this finding, which we're going to listen to now. And this is a preview of what we are going to see on Monday, friends, at noon. That's what it's all leading up to. It's going to be bombshell. It's going to be big. Let's listen together.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so Is there a day next week that works for the board?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Okay, we'll make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So, we'll do the best for it.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCCA on Monday?
Yes.
We'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday, so Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? When?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right, can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right, so maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least. Okay.
And Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARCCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exactly. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto-delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said, out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. So, all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a...
So let's figure that out.
Okay.
Do you want...
Now, one more thing we're going to look at, folks, okay? I want you all to understand how bad this ARCCA voir dire, I don't think even the media understands how bad this ARCCA voir dire is going to be for Karen Reed. I'm going to bring this up for you all now, just so we can do a little towel preview, because it's not that I don't expect to see you again, and I will see you Monday in the morning anyway for preview. But let's look at what Karen Reed's walking into. Let's look at how bad this is. And let's watch this Rule 15 hearing with Reed and ARCCA, okay? So the first thing I want to show you is what happened 5 minutes before opening. I have never seen in my life this happening before opening statements, 5 minutes before an opening. And I talked about at the time how momentous it was that Reed was banned from mentioning ARCCA in her opening, because it hints that Judge Cannoni is going to exclude them. If you can't mention them in your opening, it's because the judge doesn't want the jury to get confused about why you're talking about the witnesses that may not actually testify. So as a result, Little Towel has to do this for you all. I'm going to go back to right before openings. Is it here? Yes, here we go. Let's listen to this, folks. I want you to listen to this ruling from Judge Cannoni and think about how much it forced Alan Jackson to tactically change his opening. And again, the reason why we're talking about this, if you just tuned in, although the Karen Reed trial hearing, they are on a view right now, and Friday was a half day anyway, so we're wrapping up. Everything's leading up to Monday. Forget about, well, although Karen's videos confessing to drunk driving that we played in the opening, that was huge. That was left on the jurors' minds going into this morning in the view. Over the weekend, the jurors won't know, but we all will be thinking about what is this voir dire going to be like about ARCCA. Is Reed going to lose the few experts, although they are very they're easy to discredit because they're quite biased, and there was a lot of finagling between Reed's team and ARCCA to kind of hide the nature of their relationship from the court and the state during the first trial. It opens them up to having their credibility impeached. But we, if you're just tuning in, we're getting caught up in previewing what that Rule 14 hearing is going to be about, because there is no way in the world in a criminal trial a judge would order a lawyer 5 minutes before opening to not be able to mention something unless it was a harbinger that ARCCA is going to be removed from the witness list. Now, the reason why I'm taking some time to talk this through with all you towel friends is much like when the other day we discussed why I thought Judge Cannoni was going to approve the video being played of Karen mocking John O'Keefe's mother. It just was going to require a little bit of time to elapse between Peggy O'Keefe, John's mom's testimony, and when the video was played. Just like I knew that was going to happen because I thought about the 403 versus 401 balancing test when you have admissible and relevant evidence that is highly prejudicial in context. Eventually that balancing test can sway in favor of admissibility if the prejudicial context fades, and that's exactly how Judge Cannoni ruled without saying it, in my opinion. Now I'm turning to whether I think ARCCA is going to be excluded from Karen Reed's witness list. So if you're wondering what are we going to look forward to for Monday, it's all about this. And this moment when Karen Reed lost ARCCA from her opening was a harbinger. We're going to watch this opening. We're going to pay close attention to what Judge Cannoni, not the opening, what Judge Cannoni said minutes before opening. And remember the wider context. Lawyers spend a lot of time preparing openings. Whether you have it memorized or you draft it out and have a reference sheet. So Hank Brennan had it memorized. Alan Jackson had a reference sheet. Either way, it's sketched out, it has themes, it's enumerated, you know exactly what you're going to say, you practice it, you're ready to go into that courtroom and deliver an oration to accomplish a specific goal. Being told by the judge right before your opening that you cannot mention a key part of your defense is a harbinger. It doesn't happen very often. Let's listen to what Judge Cannoni said before opening. Then we're going to listen to the shocking Rule 14 hearing that was only covered on Towel Stream that happened at the end of first day of arguments. And you're going to watch Hank Brennan deliver a masterclass 5-minute summation and preview of what we're going to hear Monday. Then you can watch Bob Alessi just start screaming at Judge Cannoni. And the reason why we're doing this is we don't have a morning session today. Jurors are out on their view, and it's a half day anyway. Little Towel had some time set aside to talk with you all this morning anyway. So let's get prepared for Monday. Let's be informed, erudite, and cogent towels, and let's continue to discuss.
Commonwealth's motion regarding defense opening statement. I think the first two motions we can do quickly. I'm not issuing an order. Mr. Brennan, the defense knows third-party culprit will not be in the opening. If you think that their opening goes beyond it, you can object. Defendant's opposition to the Commonwealth's request for use of independent readers, because there's an objection, the defendant's motion's allowed. So you will not have an independent reader. Is it fair to say that the third and fourth motions, Commonwealth motion to enforce compliance with court's April 16th ARCCA discovery order and the Commonwealth's motion to preclude new expert testimony or alternatively to continue the trial date, that those motions will take a little bit of time, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be long in my argument.
I think that I need more information on one of them, and I think we'll do that at the end of the trial. I mean, at the end of today, we'll hear both these motions. Mr. Jackson, I did see that a list of text messages, 100 or so, is in your response to my order on Friday. Did you provide the text messages themselves?
No, Your Honor.
All right. In light of that and the fact that we don't have time, this juror's been waiting for some as many as 3 weeks now, I'm going to prohibit you from mentioning ARCCA in your opening statement. And then we'll deal with this later today. I ordered those text messages and they weren't delivered. So we're going to be bringing the jury in. I'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Heard on that, I think the court respectfully may be factually incorrect on a key assumption of what Your Honor is ruling.
5 minutes, Mr. Alessi.
Mr. Jackson couldn't give the facts. I would like to hear the law.
That's more than 5 minutes. I'll see you at Sidebar. Come up here.
Okay. So, sorry, I was eating some M&Ms. I'm actually thrilled that some of you are for recaps, because if you didn't follow very closely the developments related to ARCCA, it will be very difficult to understand on Monday what's going to happen. So you just saw Judge Cannoni's ruling before opening statements, okay? Now we need to watch. You know how Judge Cannoni said we'll deal with this at the end of the day? Now we need to watch just a preview, okay? A preview of what Monday is going to be like. And just I want you to see this, folks, okay? And the reason why I want you to see it is and this was when no, that was we're going to watch the full thing, okay? It was 15 minutes of oral argument at the end of Monday. Only Towel had You just heard the clip. Only Towel had this because for whatever reason every other channel turned away. Oh, Jew Drops, it was so great to see you. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you bright and early Monday, and just know that I know you were paying very close attention. A lot of Towel friends are about to get caught up on those Bombshell ARCCA developments, and I want you folks to know what we're about to see. What we're about to see related to the meltdown from Bob Alessi is a precursor of how glorious, if you're a Justice for John O'Keefe supporter, Monday is going to be, or how bad it's going to be for Karen Reed. So let's listen to Towel, and what are we getting caught up on here? So you just saw before opening statements, Reed was banned from mentioning ARCCA, and Judge Cannoni said there would be a hearing later that day. Every pool feed, every stream covering the trial cut out, except for Towel, and then this hearing happened. It was Bombshell, and we're going to watch it. If you're just tuning in, you just heard the clip play from Judge Myers. So great to see you. I saw the Pilgrim Shadow. I have seen so many Towel friends in the chat today. Really, it is so, you all warm little Towel's heart. Sometimes I want to wave at you all, but then I'm like, okay, if I wave right now, they're not going to know if I'm waving at the thing happening on the screen or if I'm waving because I see their chat up at the top. We have to have a some kind of signal where if I see you in the chat, I want to say hi. I'll do the peace symbol or the peace symbol, the Winston Churchill victory symbol. All right, let's keep watching. Judge Cannoni, where Judge Cannoni said just right now to us, to the Towel, Pressy and Towel friends, that we are going to come back for a motion hearing. The court pool feed cut, everything else cut, but little Towel keeps pressing away. Also, Towel is only 7 subs away. Oh, we might be coming back, folks. Oh, here we go. Wait a sec, folks. As soon as we come back into session, Towel will have it for you. Here we go, folks. We're back into session. We're the only people who have this.
All right. So we'll have a quick hearing on paper now 682 and 680. First, Commonwealth's motion to enforce compliance with the court's April 16, 2025 ARCCA discovery order. Mr. Brennan, you said you could be brief on both of these, so I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I'll get right to the point. On the motion for compliance, our position is the defense did not comply with your order. This has been an ongoing issue which relates directly to the credibility of potential ARCCA witnesses. This is information based on the history and representations made in this case that we're entitled to. I did note before these were produced that we have watched video footage from unaired video from the documentary. We clearly knew that there were text messages and correspondence beyond what was represented to the court. It is not a surprise that I did receive these lists of text messages and calls after I made those comments. However, There is no text message content. There is 99 texts to Mr. Wolf, 6 texts to Mr. Rentschler. That does not reconcile with the past positions and representations of the defense to this court, to the Commonwealth. In addition, there are a number of phone calls. And those phone calls, again, I would suggest do not reconcile with the past representations. We have 52 minutes of phone calls on 5 calls with the ARCCA main line, 133 minutes, 20 calls with Dr. Wolf, 57 minutes, 23 calls with Dr. Rentschler. I find it difficult to accept that these are all for scheduling purposes. We also had your Honor's order, not just for the communications, which are not a complete or a fair production, but there was a order by the court to provide all correspondence, text messages, emails, not just with Attorney Jackson, but with the entire team, including the defendant, Karen Reed, and we have received nothing. This is important because if we look at the first half of ARCCA's potential testimony, which is limited to their prior report, we cannot fairly and effectively cross-examine the witnesses until we have the information we're entitled, and that's why I've also asked and suggested that ARCCA should be ordered and required to provide that evidence as well so that we can see what is there. It is concerning that there are this many texts, this many phone calls, and the fact that this is totally in contrast to what was represented in the past. So before there's even a thought of ARCCA testifying, I think we're entitled to the full discovery that we asked for, the full discovery that the court has ordered. I don't see anything to do with billing or anything else beyond these text message and phone call logs. I want whatever content is available. I think it's relevant material. It's pursuant to your order, and this is woefully incomplete. Should I dive into the second motion?
Yes.
Move quickly. The second motion, part of it is moot in some respects. I won't go through the tortured history of discovery. We've gone through it too many times. We don't have time for it. But inevitably, it is clear that we have played by the rules, met our discovery obligations, and as we stand here now, the defense is proposing new opinions, new testing, and they don't even have the parts of that testing yet. This is 2 weeks into trial after we picked a jury. This is at the time of the opening. It is ambush. It is unfair, and we have no ability at this point to reconcile or deal with new opinions and new information. Importantly, the defense's position is they may or may not have a report by May 1st. Our expert will be testifying somewhere at the beginning or middle of May. He is away. He is not available. And so anything we receive at the beginning of May or end of April, we'll have no opportunity to look at, vet, test, reconcile, or even engage in our own testing. This was my concern all the way back in November. I'm not Nostradamus, but this obviously was something that worried me that actually occurred. And so at this point, it would be fundamentally unfair for the defense to get a benefit for failing to comply with discovery orders by waiting until February to seek permission with ARCCA. They could have called any expert, asked any expert they wanted. They didn't. They chose this method, and this is the consequence of it. And at some point, the defense has to bear the burden of their decisions. We will not have the ability to rush through, have Dr. Rentschler come in days before his testimony, try to reconcile, be inadequate. I've had a brief correspondence with him. It's simply impossible. That's why we suggested, although we certainly didn't want to move the trial date, that was the only remedy if the court was going to allow any new opinions, evidence. I say to the court that they should not be allowed to offer absolutely anything new, not only because they missed the discovery deadline, that's technical, but the reality is we're all trial lawyers, we've all tried a lot of cases. It would be a disadvantage, fundamentally unfair, and because of their own choosing. And so anything new we will not be able to reconcile, we would not be able to proceed with our expert in a fair manner. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lessie's issue, I'm going to ask you to be as brief as you can be, please.
Your Honor, I understand your request to be as brief as possible, but this is the first opportunity the defense has had to respond to almost every allegation that's been made. We haven't had an opportunity, so I certainly respect the court and what the court's request is, but it is going to take a bit of time to put facts out. And I want to separate two categories that the Commonwealth has conflated. The Commonwealth has conflated the issue of what text messages exist, which text messages don't exist, what's been turned over pursuant to orders, and I would like that to be clear to the court factually, because the Commonwealth has misstated just now 3 times the facts.
So I asked this morning, there were 100 or so texts referenced in the exhibit, whatever was presented by you folks. I asked if Mr. Jackson, if he provided them, because my order was clear they would be provided, and he said no. And I asked you at Sidebar whether they were deleted, and you said yes, in due course. I have no idea what that means, Mr. Alessi. Why don't you explain that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain it. Here's what it means. Like anybody's phone, those text messages are 2 years old. They don't exist.
So can you also tell me, aren't the ABA guidelines the council is supposed to keep everything in a case for 5 or 7 years?
I do not believe that is the ABA rule with regard to experts. I'm unaware of
in regard to your client, and this was in regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts that were, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a pause email, and then all of a sudden out of the blue a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor asked me back then. That was about emails. That was not about text messages.
Have emails been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All emails have been provided. And that is why we are in compliance with all orders. And I will say also with regard to text messages, we have provided pursuant to every order, every single text message that exists. Mr. Brennan just said, I believe there has to be more there. There's not more there, and I don't believe there can be an order of preclusion based upon the speculation of opposing counsel that there must be more. We affirmatively created a document, Your Honor, to be more transparent than the records, where we summarize all of the communications. Yes, we don't have the text of the text messages, but we were completely forthright and set forth every text that was made. Plus, we turned over from Ms. Little, the only other person on the defense team who communicated with ARCCA, we turned over her text and the text of her text messages. There is nothing else to provide in text messages. And we have never received, as part of discovery in this case from the Commonwealth, any communications between the Commonwealth and its several experts. That has not been what has occurred in this case. But of course, once Your Honor on Friday issued that order to provide everything, we provided everything we that we had. The bottom line is, Your Honor, we've turned over absolutely everything we have, and in addition to that, we created a document so that it would be easier. We're the one who showed all of these text messages from Mr. Jackson historically. We created that document. There's no basis for a discovery violation. There's no basis for an order. One is what Mr. Brennan has alleged is incorrect, because we turned over, and we did it recently and consistently, we've turned over all emails and Ms. Little's text we provided. There are no text messages in 2024, and there's no order that required those to be preserved, and there is no discovery violation, because we can't be in violation of not turning over something that doesn't exist.
All right, go to the second.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motion.
The second part of the motion, Your Honor, is the most maddening for the defense. And this is the timeline that I can go through very, very quickly. And essentially, what the Commonwealth just argued is we will be so prejudiced that if we get the work that ARCCA is underway, working on, that we will be prejudiced because we won't have enough time to address it. Your Honor, the facts show that the timeline for this has been caused by the Commonwealth, not the defense. And I can do it quickly. July 2024, the first trial concludes. November 2024, 4 months later, the Commonwealth decides to retain Aperture. Their decision to wait 4 months to retain an expert, we're the defense. We defend what the Commonwealth alleges. January 30th, 2025, 2 months after that, and 6 months after the first trial, we get an Aperture letter report that's barely discernible about what they've done. It's a 1 page and 1/4 of conclusions and opinions in outline form. Next, January 31, 2025, we get the initial Aperture 140 slide presentation. January 31st, February 5th, we get the case file. In February 19th, we finally get the raw images from Aperture in the scans. That's the first time we get raw images and scans. You can't have an expert work on anything until you even get those raw images and scans. So incoherent, and the report is so insubstantial, we can't tell what it is their theory is. So then on March 24th, and at that hearing, already into March 20th, the Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise. Your Honor put the Aperture that was supposed to be, have two things happen. It was supposed to be redacted, and there were certain things that were supposed to be changed. What did we get on March 24th? It wasn't redacted, substantive changes. There's 3 of them, and to the extent Your Honor wants to hear, I can detail exactly what those changes.
So why don't you highlight them very quickly, because I need to say something.
I can do it quickly. Thank you for the opportunity. First one, slide 36, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. 102, they changed the conclusion regarding the time that the taillight was broken. No small change. 123, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. So we ended up getting those changes, and I want to be clear on the date. That's March 24th. We have a hearing on March 25th. We agreed to provide our response to these revised Aperture documents. Here is the key data point. On March 26th, the defense engages ARCCA. Just 2 days after we get the revised PowerPoint with 3 substantive changes. And then we started to respond and provide more information. On March 27th, we responded to the Commonwealth's revised PowerPoint and the Welch report, and then the last 2 items, we renewed our request to preclude Dr. Welcher on Dalbert Lanigan grounds. April 1st, and this is another key date, the court decision allowed Dr. Welcher to testify, but also allowed the defense to re-raise objections at trial when Dr. Welcher testified. What does that timeline show? That timeline shows that the Commonwealth took 6 months from the last trial. 6 months. And the defense took merely 2 days after they got the final report of Aperture to retain ARCCA. Last point I want to make, Your Honor, is the argument of the Commonwealth that we strategically waited to retain ARCCA. Nothing could be further from the truth. As the court knows, and has been the case with this unorthodox situation, ARCCA was retained by the U.S. government. They worked pursuant to the U.S. government, and we had to get the permission of the U.S. government to retain ARCCA. We moved expeditiously to do that. We got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the final version of Aperture documents, including scans, we put ARCCA on it. It has only been since March 24th, not even a month, have we had finally the information from Aperture, which is still inadequate. Our experts still say, with regard to what Aperture did, in some instances, they can't even figure it out because the information is so inadequate. Nonetheless, because of all the considerations we're aware of, we had ARCCA proceed forthwith with post haste. And they are working post haste, but Your Honor, we are the defense. That's where I started. We had to understand as best we could what Aperture did. In conclusion, 2 points. No violation whatsoever on text messages, emails, court orders. All complete, robust compliance. And with regard to the allegation that there was something said, that there's some surprise that there were so many text messages, on June 10th, 2024, and I've got the transcript albeit on an electronic device, right in front of me, I just got to get the passcode. Mr. Jackson read a text message right live that he had with ARCCA. He read it, and here's what it said. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week, so I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson.
Hold on. The court reporter can't hear you. She asked you to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Am I going too fast? Yes. Thank you. All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. So, Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week, so I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson. Dr. Wolf just texted me and said, I presumed you were in court. Give me a call when you're available. The court reporter, I'm getting an interference. Mr. Jackson, I'm so sorry. The court reporter, that's okay. We have been completely transparent that there were text messages as opposed to emails. Text messages about scheduling, about other administrative matters. Mr. Brennan is completely free on cross-examination of ARCCA to address every one of his speculations, every one of his suspicions, every one of the ghosts that have been created on this topic. He can address them. If he thinks that we're wrong, we're misstating, he's got the opportunity to speak to ARCCA and ask those questions. Your Honor, it is improvident to, based upon speculation, preclude the defense.
I'm not making a conclusion today regarding precluding the defense.
Okay, all right.
All right, so I need you to wrap it up because there's something I want to say.
Certainly, Your Honor. I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds. There are no violations of any discovery order, no violations of this court's order, and with regard to the retaining of ARCCA, because we're the defense, we acted expeditiously in response to the information we're getting, and this can be tested with ARCCA, the statement I'm going to make. To this date, ARCCA still has trouble understanding what it is that Aperture did and didn't do, which was the reason for my Dalbert Lanigan motion, but we proceeded nonetheless. Happy to entertain responses to any questions.
All right, no, thank you. All right, so as you all know, I previously wanted you to have a seat, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I previously found and believe Mr. Alessi, when he was talking about the rules of professional conduct, did say I agree, a violation of Rule 14, but not regarding the rules of conduct. At a prior hearing, I found a violation of the defense's reciprocal discovery obligations. It was clear to me, and I found that it was deliberate. This appears to me, contrary to what you've argued, Mr. Alessi, that this is another violation of my order and of the reciprocal discovery violations. We need to figure all of this out before you're allowed to call these witnesses. So I'm going to have a voir dire hearing this Friday. I know we planned on having the view. I need the ARCCA witnesses here Friday morning. So we need a voir dire, if you intend to call them, a voir dire on all of this. And I will be sending an order for production of records. I just need to amend it for ARCCA to bring all these items with them. So Friday will be for ARCCA for a voir dire hearing in the morning. So we'll see you tomorrow for trial, Friday morning for this.
May I inquire briefly for scheduling purposes?
Yes.
In light of the hearing on Friday, will it still be half a day, or are we expected to call witnesses on Friday?
No, it will be, if we could do, Mr. Alessi, how long do you think this voir dire might take?
I don't have an answer for you, Your Honor, right now, because I've got to talk to ARCCA and I've got to understand what they have and what they don't have. So I think it can take some time.
All right. So no witnesses for Friday, and I think we'll give the jury the day.
And will it be a full day on Thursday?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right. So we'll see you then. I will issue an order, hopefully before the close of business today. Jimmy, can you stay and get this out today?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right, towel friends, you just fully got caught up on ARCCA, and what did we learn? What did we learn? We're coming back into session, towel friends. The day is not over. The day is not over yet. We shall continue on. The march continues. There will be testimony. Jurors have just arrived at Fairview Road as of 10 minutes ago. That means they got there in all of 30 or 40 minutes. The view shouldn't take very long. We should be back sometime after 10 a.m., after 11 a.m. for more testimony in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel. That was indeed the breaking news of the moment, that we will be back for more testimony. We will be back for more testimony, folks. Should be at the top of the hour. And as Towel gets us ready for that, let us take a moment to review. You all just got caught up when the Reed defense thought that the ARCCA Rule 14 hearing was going to be on Friday. Let's watch again, now in context, the clip of Reed's lawyer finding out that it's going to be on Monday. Okay, let's take a listen to that, get you fully ARCCA caught up, and Towel shall continue to monitor for our return into session. We're Towels. We continue on.
I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's, he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so, is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is, if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Okay, we'll make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So, we'll do the best for it.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on, and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCCA on Monday,
Yes.
We'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday, so Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? When?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but.
And I'll have witness testimony.
In a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question, please?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire. It's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted, and you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least. And there, okay.
And Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have that. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto-delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said, out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to address that as well, Your Honor.
All right. So, all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a... Yeah.
So let's figure that out.
All right, towel friends, you heard it there. You heard it live. Hank Brennan did say a few days ago there was going to be testimony on Friday. We are staying live. Absolutely. Towel should have known this. I'm such an inattentive towel. How could I have missed that one sentence? Towel, you can't miss things like that. I was going to sign off for the day earlier. I'm such a towel. I'm so glad I stayed around. Whoever in the comments said there's going to be more testimony, I went and did my towel investigation. And there is going to be more testimony today. Jurors just minutes ago arrived for their site view. I can actually show that to all you towels right now. I'm a towel.
You know what? Let's see.
I have unlimited access to all of human knowledge in real time. I am such a happy towel. Okay, I got a plan. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. I haven't deployed my genius plan. I just have a plan. There's a difference between coming up with a genius plan and actually deploying a genius plan, okay? All right? So I got a few genius plans to do. One is that. Hold on. Towel genius plan. Come on, towel genius plan. Come on now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can see Karen Reed and her lawyers leaving court. So give me 1 second. Thank you to Law and Crime for their live coverage of a door. Towels like doors. Okay, I have a question. Do you think that doors can be part of the towel universe? Not the band, The Doors, but just the general concept of doors? Do we really not get a view of Karen leaving? Oh, she didn't go on the view, right? It was just her lawyers, and they all probably went out the back door. Okay, so towel was wrong. Sorry, I should have known that. All right, folks, we're waiting for the return to court. We are waiting for the return to court. All right, now, what is Towel doing? Towel is bringing up for you footage. Give me 1 second. Towel is going to bring up for you the pictures from today's view. We don't have live camera footage, but we do have Jonathan Hall, who strangely looks at Karen oddly sometimes. We have updates from Jonathan Hall from the scene. I'm a towel. I shall bring that up for you now. And 1 and 2 and I'm a towel. Come on, towel. Come on, little towel. You can do it, towel computer. You did it, towel computer. I'm so proud of you. Okay, so Jonathan Hall arrived about 53 minutes ago. You can see the scene at 34 Fairview Road. Fellow towels, washcloths. There's the scene. Karen's car is there. Police blocking it off. I'm a towel. Reporter towel at the ready. The jury has arrived in their bus. It is a bus. I called it a bus. An autobus. Don't take pictures of the jurors, Mr. Hall. I think he's following the order. The jurors have arrived. That was at 10:08. They are on their view now. I imagine they will be leaving soon. We shall follow Jonathan Hall for updates related to this. Hold on. I'm a towel. We have no information about them having left yet, so they are on their view right now. It's happening in real time, towel friends. I'm a towel. Now, if you're wondering, what is it? I got to stop saying I'm a towel. What does it look like when the jurors are on their view? Well, watch this. We don't need this commentary. We can listen to towel. Hold on 1 second. I got to make your comments pop back up. There we go. So that's what the jurors are seeing right now, folks, on the Karen Reed view. We are about to return into session probably within the next hour. I'm a towel. You all can watch that for a second. I have to do one towel thing because I'm a towel. Do you know why they call a towel a towel? Because it's a towel. That was a good one. All right, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. We have finished our ARCCA review, but I am still going to make this post about how the Karen Reed trial is going to come back into session, because I think a lot of people might not have realized that testimony is indeed going to continue. And if Hank Brennan's going to leave jurors off for the weekend with testimony, you can be damn sure it's going to be impactful. Hank Brennan's a tactical genius. He's an honorary towel. Therefore, I imagine this testimony could be very interesting. Even though the jurors are right now, of course, on their site view, and you are watching video of last year's view, because that's the best I can do as to what jurors are seeing right now. My name's GrantSmithEllis, by the way. Thank you very much for watching Towel's Information Service. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark, which you know what that means, every 90 minutes. This is a public information service. I say that last part in jest. This is a public information service that is supported by your likes on the stream, your clicking subscribe to the YouTube, turning on notifications on this channel. Apparently really helps the video get it, I don't know, promoted in the algorithm. I don't really know what all that means. Murder Maestro is going to explain it to me eventually. And I'll take a look at some of your comments and questions in a second here while we wait for the jurors in the Karen Reed trial to continue on their site view. Now, Little Towel, being the good towel that he is, has now returned back to the feed of your comments and questions. Give it 1 second here. There are a lot of things to load up, towel friends. We're playing videos. You know, I think we can just pause the video right there, and then we'll bring up, oh goodness, that's why things are going so fast. You towel friends have a lot of comments today. So we'll bring up the towel back end here. Folks are tuning in. If you're wondering, the jurors are just on their view in the Karen Reed trial, and they should be back any moment now, towel friends. I don't know if I literally mean that. I think in the next half an hour or so, and then we will watch some testimony together. Don't forget, though, it is a half day of trial testimony today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. And I'm just going to bring this little towel thing a little bit. Hold on. Stop being a towel. It's being a very uncooperative towel. You know, there are some days when I sit around and I'm like, I remember when I would just sit around and listen to music in the afternoon and think, the world is such a simple place. I don't have anything on my mind. And then I think about today and I'm like, other than the early mornings, I don't even get to do anything by myself ever. I'm not sure why I'm thinking about that right now. I think it's because I want to listen to music right now and eat lunch. But it is not towel lunchtime. Towel gets to eat lunch when we return back into session. And remember, today is a half day in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. And as you can see right below the picture of the site view that the jury is on on Towel Feed, we are waiting for the jurors to return from Canton for their view. And beyond that, all you towel friends are having conversations that have now become an integrated part of the stream. Now, here's what I think is so interesting. Have you all ever thought about a tesseract? Oh, I forgot to do my donation read. We'll do that in a minute. Have you all ever thought about a tesseract? Do you know what a tesseract is? A tesseract is this wonderful way to understand the difference between the third and fourth dimension. Now, imagine if we lived in a 2D world. We don't. We live in a 3D world. But imagine if we lived in 2D world and an apple came into 2D world, as Carl Sagan would say. Us 2D little people, we would not be able to see the apple as an apple. You know what we would see? A 2D slice of the apple, like one slice of it would be superimposed onto our 2D world. Now, have you ever thought about what a 4D shape imposed on our 3D world would look like? Well, that, folks, is a tesseract. Now, a tesseract is a nested cube. So think of a cube inside of another cube with all of its constituent angles, corners, connected by a line. Okay, so it's a nested cube. Now, as human beings, we can only interact with a 3D impression of this nested cube on our world. And it's basically like what I explained. Like, you can see it as like a nested cube, but an actual tesseract would transmutate. We can't even understand the fourth dimension, but it would kind of like go in and out of itself. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it takes into consideration this ability to move in a dimension that our five temporal senses can't perceive. But basically, by analogy, it would kind of like pulsate like a waving wall or something, like if you were on L. It would just kind of go in and out, in and out, in and out. That is a tesseract, okay? Now, the reason I'm bringing this up by analogy is that the way that your comments on the screen are functioning, not only are you interacting with each other, not only are you interacting with me, but you're also simultaneously interacting with the audience. That, by analogy, is how a tesseract functions within our 3D universe. So you all are like tesseracts in such that you are functioning in a 4D plane while leaving your imprint on a 3D audience. I had a point with that. I was going somewhere, and it all tied up in a nice cohesive whole. I feel like we really got somewhere there. We learned about tesseracts, Carl Sagan, the third dimension, the fourth dimension, and then we tied it back to Towell's novel implementation of this live chat that both serves as a intra-community expression of universal love and camaraderie, and then also an inter-community manifestation of engagement because viewers are seeing it, and then an inter-Towel community engagement because I get to read your comments. I have explicated Towell's theory of the universe. I appreciate you all coming to my lecture today. I think we are all better off having learned about tesseracts and their impression on the 3D world by analogy as to the comment feed on the Towel stream. Oh, I maybe would be a good professor. I'm so pleased that you all learned the lesson about tesseracts. You now all can take this knowledge about tesseracts out into the world. And when you say to someone, have you ever thought about a 4D tesseract? They're going to say, what is wrong with you? And then you can say, no, listen, I watched this towel guy. This guy, he thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel. And we all identify as various members of the constituent towel universe. And he was explaining to me this tesseract concept. And I would like to tell you about it. I think that's wonderful. But yes, this is, of course, coverage of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We were just talking about tesseracts as a form of our moment of levity, which is a great segue because along with every 90 minutes doing a moment of levity of that nature, although I don't know if tesseracts necessarily reflect levity per se, we also, I tried to mention that this is a public information service a la Lord Reith's Beautiful Creation with the BBC centered on ideals to educate, inform, and entertain the wider polity as a way to engender cogent public discourse to ward off threats and usurpation to liberal republics. I don't mean liberal in the modern sense, I mean classical liberalism, which is just representative democracy, which all Western nations mostly share, and decent consultative hierarchies also share those ideas in principle. So the Reithian ideals of educate, inform, and entertain to engender cogent public discourse to ward off usurpation of our republic is really the central ethos of this public information service. Another ethos is don't give... I did it again. I drank one of these ridiculous 1,000 milligram taurine drinks that has caffeine and all of those other weird chemicals that I'm sure aren't good for Towel. But it's put me into one of these zones, and I'm going to use it to the benefit of the wider polity, I suppose. So if you're just tuning in, and if you're waiting for testimony to resume after Friday morning's jury view to the crime scene of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial where Karen's alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her car while backing up to 24.2 miles an hour at precisely 12:32 a.m. with a BAC blood alcohol level between 0.13 and 0.29, whereupon Karen then left John to die in the snow from a traumatic brain injury along with hypothermia as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas in the medical examination. After jurors return, we will lead up to testimony. Could be big testimony at the end of this morning. We don't know who Hank Brennan's going to call, but we're certainly all ready when Hank Brennan does call that witness. And furthermore, this is a public information service. So if you're waiting for that testimony to resume, you want to support this public information service, as I began to say a few minutes ago, you can do a few things. One, you can do acts of noble service and compassion and kindness for your fellow humans and towels. That makes Towel an absolutely enthralled and uplifted towel and pleases me. The other way that you can go about helping the stream is liking this stream as we're watching, waiting for testimony to start up. You can subscribe to this channel. Apparently that helps the feed. You can also, if you are so inclined, take a look at the YouTube description or the writing right above my head and send over a donation. I have some plans. I'm trying to set up some equipment to get us a raw hook up into the pool feed, which will avoid any like latency or anything on the other streams. And then I also am trying to think about, I'm in the process, I have Towels Tribune now with my editor. I'm in the process of trying to figure out a way we're almost there, I think, to get reporters down there, and we're getting there. Okay, I'm a little towel. We're not even close. These are all people who want to volunteer their time, but I'm working on it. So if you want to support the Towels Public Information Service, much like PBS or the BBC, we are supported by viewers like you. We don't have sponsors, although I'm sure if 7-Eleven approached me, I would tell people that I spend $1.50 on their 50 cents on their pizza every day, although I tend to buy 2 slices to get the deal. And I'd happily tell you all to go to 7-Eleven, not because they paid me, although I would take their money, but because I'm already eating 7-Eleven, and therefore I wouldn't feel like I'm compromising myself because I'd be telling you to do something I'm already doing. But yes, okay, so it looks like Dr. Fowler might be coming up. Courtney Myers says she is a proud sponsor of the towel. God bless you, Courtney Myers. This towel information service is supported by viewers like you. We could have a big banner flash across the screen that says, "Thank you, Courtney Myers," or we could call it the Courtney Myers Foundation. Enables and supports the public access programming provided by Towels Public Information Service. We can do documentaries, and at the beginning, instead of saying sponsored by Chevron, it will say sponsored by Courtney Myers. Courtney Myers sponsored documentaries about whatever topic you want. I have a vision, folks. Now I have an even better idea. We can subsidize the production of public access material by virtue of our towel industry endeavors as to sending SEMA to Latin America to simultaneously spread the Christian gospel, although in a pluralistic and tolerant way, and facilitate intereconomic cooperation with Latin America to ward off the rise of the BRICS nations, and allow Towel to become a towel industrialist to therefore get influence in the government and facilitate a revolution based on universal love. I've thought all of this through. No, Courtney Myers, I'm not saying you have to do this, because I have a better plan now. We're going to subsidize the production of public access materials by virtue of myself setting up a towel industrial endeavor that is actually covered to ward off the rise of the BRICS nations who are trying to overthrow the petrodollar, and instead facilitate the industrial production of towels across continents as a way to bring together the Western Hemisphere in a unified way. Then I'm going to use that money to subsidize the production of public access programming. Furthermore, I have one more point. Did you know that the guy who founded Reuters, the press wire, his grandfather, or maybe it was Getty. Yeah, I think it was Getty. His grandfather was an oil baron. Oh, Courtney Myers, I wasn't saying you have to commit your time. I was saying you can be when you're the name that runs at the beginning of a PBS documentary, you don't actually do anything. You sponsor the documentary, and then at the beginning it says, "Thank you to the Courtney Myers Foundation for allowing this artistic grant to facilitate." It's this whole thing with the PBS stations. But needless to say, normally what runs up there is like Chevron or these big oil companies, but having like the Courtney Myers Foundation And then what I also think, going back to the point, Getty's grandfather was an oil baron who utilized economic industrial production to subsidize a public information service. So my idea is a hybrid model. We're not even close to me privatizing the towel industry. We're getting there. I'm going to do it. But once I industrialize towels for my purposes, then I won't need any viewer support. Although you could keep giving it. We'll figure out some way for it to go back to the community. I haven't thought that far ahead. But now I'm entirely viewer supported, and you all are basically the stand-in for my grand plans to facilitate towel production. So for the time being, I really appreciate everyone's support. And someone asked earlier where to find actually the donation. Sorry I didn't post this earlier. I was being a towel, which is a detriment to myself as always. I was focused on other things. I said, oh, I should share this, and then I forgot to. So I will do that for you now as we continue to wait for the Karen Reed trial jurors to finish up their view. As soon as they are probably going to start driving back to the courthouse in the next few minutes. All right, I shared that in chat as much as it chagrins me. And as soon as the Karen Reed trial view jurors return from their view, we will go back into session. Now, I also believe we will get Karen Cam coverage. I have reason to believe Towel Special Karen multicam coverage, the camera dedicated on Karen, on Bill and Janet Reed, her parents, on Mr. Marshmallow Man, Alan Jackson, on David Yannetti, on Mr. Hank Brennan when he's speaking at the podium. All should be here for us, folks. So get ready. And yes, please, also, as I mentioned, you can like the stream. I don't understand why this helps videos so much, but apparently more and more of you have been clicking like on the stream button, and that means so much to Little Towel. And also, if you're just tuning in, you didn't miss anything this morning during the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We are all just waiting for the jurors to return from their view, and then we will go into testimony. Yes, rest in peace, Officer John O'Keefe. Oh, Melly Mel says they only have Zelle. So Melly Mel's, I think, I don't know if you have Twitter or whatever. First of all, if it's easier for you, you could just donate to a cause that you really support, like homeless veterans, or maybe whatever Catholic Charities, whatever organization. And if you do that and tell Towel about it, I promise you that will uplift my spirits as much as you're donating to me. Now, the other thing is, I don't want to tell you that because you only have Zelle. If you want to support this public information service, if that's the way you want to, help people get access to information, I would feel terrible saying no, you can't. So if you want to send me a DM on Twitter or Facebook, I'll happily provide you my phone number, or I think I have Zelle on my phone. I don't use it. Towel literally has so little money that all of these apps, I don't think I've ever really had a need for them. My bank account runs negative most of the time because I have to use these apps that charge a small service fee to lend you money for a week before you get your money. And so I'm constantly like, oh no, I'm going to be at in $80 and they're going to take $100 from me. But I am building credit after years of that. So my credit score is 740 or something. It took forever to get it from 710 to 740. But I'm building my credit. I guess you can't complain about that. I would like to get above 800 at a certain point. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But I'm working towards it, Towel friends. I think you need a good credit score to be a Towel Industrial Titan. And I'm not gratuitously, by the way, talking about this. I'm simultaneously thinking about my grand plans to sustain this Towel public information service while also trying to help people, if they want to send money by means I don't have, facilitate that. You can reach me, facebook.com/GrantSmithEllis. If you're following me on Twitter and I'm following you, you can send me a DM. If you don't follow me if I'm not following you on Twitter, you have to tell me now and then I'll follow your account. Most of you, if I recognize your name from the account and I see you on Twitter, I follow you instantly. It's really hard for me though, because I think I only casually read Twitter right before bed at 6 or 7 o'clock. So I only see 500 to 1,000 posts a day. So it's hard. I'm not seeing everything. If I could read 20,000 Twitter posts a day, I would. Trust me, I would consume all of that information. But I'm only seeing a small fraction of what you all are posting. So if I'm not following you, please don't take it as an insult. The most likely cause is I just haven't come across you on my feed. I cannot monitor those Twitter notifications. It's absurd. I can't. I don't see any of them. If I tried to, I think my Twitter notifications overwhelm my poor little phone because they just come, all of these notifications come in all the time. And the poor thing is, it can't even send me my email sometimes. I feel very bad for it. I don't think technology actually thinks, but I humanize and anthropomorphize it very much. So, Twitter is a great platform if you know how to use it. Like everything, if you are following the right accounts, if your feed is set up in a way that you like, it's really good. You won't see the nastiness, the vitriol. It gets trained to what you want to see. What can be bad is if you start engaging with the negative stuff. I highly recommend people not, whether it's about you, your friends, something you're following, the negative stuff it's pernicious, it's insidious, it's like a virus. It gets inside your mind and it will influence your syntax. Never forget, friends, we are not what we eat. We are what we read, consume, and hear. If you spend your time consuming vacuous content, I guarantee you will speak in a syntactically vacuous way. Folks, we might be coming back in a session. Hold on. Nope, just some audio feedback. If you speak that way, if you listen to content that is vacuous, you will speak vacuously. If you listen to content that is negative, you will be consumed by that. If you listen to, conversely, if you listen to informative content, positive content, things like that, your thought process will start to shift. The words you use will start to align with the cogency and erudite manifestations of that syntactical precision in your day-to-day life. You become what you consume. That's what I don't think any of the powers that be want us to realize, because most of the media that we're consuming these days is designed to degrade our intelligence and remember, the human working memory, according to many, many studies, is plus or minus 7. So most people can keep 5 to 9 items in their memory at any one time. Sports rosters, 5 to 11 people playing at one time. Ever think about that, friends? It's designed to influence your working memory. So consume positive content, consume erudite, informative content, and as towel friends, let's check in over at the court. Not seeing any arrivals yet, but I'm monitoring. I'm a monitoring towel. We can monitor together. We can all be towels. Now let me just get rid of this thing here. Pause. Well, there's nothing actually going on. Hold on. I'm seeing if we have an arrival. No arrivals just yet. The camera is also completely muted. All right, hold on. We are still, actually, you know what I can do? We can take this and we can check from Jonathan Hall, who we were just looking at. We can check if Jonathan Hall's has given us any updates. What do you have for us, Mr. Jonathan Hall? Have we left? Nothing yet. Maybe he started a new thread. He has not. Okay, so about 43 minutes ago, folks, the jurors started their view. We are now waiting to see if anyone returns from that view. I'm not showing the live look in because it's mostly just people in Dedham walking by the court. There are no Karen Reed supporters that I can see, and there was no on-the-ground coverage this morning. I'm not really sure. Oh, right. I was saying don't consume vacuous content. Yeah, I'm really a firm believer in this working memory thing. I think Towel's working memory might be like in the thousands of things, although I'm a little bit confused. I think there's this special type of eidetic memory or something where you can just remember everything you've ever seen, heard, or read. It's weird. Like, it is a little weird. Like, I wouldn't say I'm very good at people's names. I'm not very good. Like, if I see the name, yes, but I wouldn't, like, if you introduce me to your, like, and I'm not going to remember most things about your face. Like, I might remember how tall you are, whatever, but I'm not going to remember your name or your face, like, unless I really need to. Because it's hard for me to categorize that stuff. But in terms of documents, videos, things I've heard, I can remember thousands of things simultaneously. But I understand the working memory of most people to be 7 to 9 items, 5 to 9 items. And so there's no doubt in my mind that we are given things in society, although it's a plethora of content, that just constantly fills our brain with 5 to 7 items. And if our brains are constantly filled with 5 to 7 items, then in my view, then we don't have time to remember other things. We're not going to focus on participatory democracy, the legitimacy of the justice system, the nuances of the modern economic world order, the rise of the BRICS nation, how we can use towels to facilitate intercontinental economic interconnectivity to ward off the rise of the BRICS nations, the importance of the petrodollar, the Bretton Woods system in 1964, 72, and the reason why the petrodollar was born. Not to mention the third central bank of the U.S. and the way fiat lending functions and the way margin loans function, or credit default swaps or derivatives. How are you supposed to be able to not only understand all of that, but at the same time check and balance by way of a representative form of government that primarily encourages participation through convoluted legalese? How are you ever supposed to do that? If your working memory, which is naturally is only 7 things, and you're watching a TV show that has 7 characters, or a sports team with 11 players, or whatever, how are you supposed to remember all that other stuff unless you intentionally exclude from your brain all extraneous information? And I'm sort of the belief that you can train your brain like a muscle to retain more and more information over time. I don't think I was just genetically born this way. In fact, I remember growing up as a kid, this is not what my brain was like. I had to really struggle. I had to study. I did study a lot. I've read a lot of books, but I would go into tests and I'd really have to be like, okay, I'm going to remember this, and this. These days, I can walk into a 3-hour final having, reviewed the material, and I'm like, oh, I have a lot to say about this. And it's all categorized, and I can reference text by page and line number. So when I'm like, I think I'm probably one of the few people who can go into a closed book final and then write an APA citation to page and line in the final. So I'll just be writing the closed book final and be like, oh yes. And then, in this decision, like on page 12, the Supreme Court, I think it was Justice Black, said this exact quote. And then I'll put like a footnote and be like, oh yes, see, and then I do the citation. I just like to mess with the professors sometimes. But yes, the whole insight of that, folks, is the Karen Reed trial is still on their jury view. We're here talking as towels. We're pretty much caught up on almost everything that's been going on with ARCCA. I'm watching your interesting comments fly by on the screen, but I also have to close my eyes sometimes to deliver soliloquies of that nature. So if you find my orations fluid and insightful, I apologize for not looking at your comments, but it would throw off the fluidity of my oration. I can read what you're saying and speak at the same time, but I'm much more fluid with my eyes closed. Yeah, I think that it would make some people apparently think this is a good skill. It makes it, I cannot read, I hate reading from notes. Everything I deliver, every oration I deliver, even in class, is just free without notes, and most of it's extemporaneous. Like extemporaneous in the sense that I didn't stand behind a mirror and practice for 4 hours. I thought about an outline, a schema in my head. I studied the facts. I studied the case law. I isolated the 4 cases I needed to reference. I isolated their progeny and the judges who wrote them and their dissents. And then I isolated the factual record, and then I applied it to those different cases in all these 4 different boxes. Then I structure my, oration that I'm going to deliver into 4 different boxes based on 4 points. And then I deploy case facts, case facts, case facts, case facts. It's extemporaneous in that sense. I don't actually rehearse it, but it's not extemporaneous in the sense that I have a schema and an outline that I memorize, but I don't put any effort into it. It's effortless, I suppose. I just read the cases, and then I read the facts, and I'm like, oh, here's what I want to say about this, and then I have my argument up in my head, and I go into class and I deliver it. I'm pretty sure if I actually went into court and started arguing, I would be met with I think most judges would be like, okay, this is a special child, and his style is his own, and I understand what he's saying, but he's going very fast. I think most jurors would have a love-hate relationship. That's why I cannot be a trial attorney. I could probably be a defense attorney because I could get one in every case, one juror, but I could never, probably not as a prosecutor, I could not avoid for 6 weeks alienating 16 people. I am, even if I mean well, there is just something I'm going to do that's going to make someone concerning. I'm in law school. Yes, I'm not going to actually be a practicing trial attorney, but I'm going to take this JD and probably teach or something. Might want to do mediation, intergovernmental mediation. I got recruited by like all sorts of different governmental entities, and I was like, I don't think you want me to work for the government. I'm more useful in the role that I'm in now. You can just take the stories I'm working on, go develop your own investigations, and then I don't have to deal with your bureaucratic nonsense telling me I can't flip people off on the courthouse steps. That's just me being a towel. But yeah, it comes up a lot. Don't worry at all, Melly Mouse. You can ask any questions you want. I might not see them all because my eyes are closed sometimes, but you can ask any question you want. But yes, it's so interesting to me when I would get recruited by the government. I'd be like, okay, so I'm thrilled that you want me to help, but I smoke weed, like I'm a medical patient. I'm not going to stop doing that. I'm not going on prednisone. And then one time the government, I'm speaking very broadly, the government was like, Grant, we have a brain drain right now because a lot of people are saying that. So we submitted a bill in the federal Senate to try to allow people who smoke weed to work in certain departments. And I was like, God bless you. You get that passed, I'll be the first one to sign up to work for governmental service. But unless you plan on just fully embracing everything that Towel is, I would highly suggest that you do not recruit Towel to work in the government. Towel's very respectful and has a lot of reverence for the government, but I think Towel's independence is really where he flourishes. That's my overall analysis, and I have conveyed this message very gently to the government. It can be very scary to get locked in a room sometimes and get recruited by the government. I'm speaking very broadly. I wouldn't say I wouldn't like it. I was thrilled at the way the sort of process unfolded, but I was like, oh, this is a world I don't think I should be a part of. I think it's also what confounds the Karen Reed defense a little bit. They're like, I think this kid is doing some things outside of this trial. I'm like, yes, Mr. Jackson. Is this your first day in Massachusetts? All right, folks. So we are still waiting for the Karen Reed trial to get back from the jurors to get back from their view. I, Little Towel, am regaling you with all sorts of tales, as someone was mentioning, about about Towel's didactic memory, about the normal human working memory. I think we talked about tesseracts at a certain point. I was a little bit thrown off by the tesseract discussion there. I apologize for that. I just really like tesseracts. I don't really know what to do about that. Furthermore, because testimony actually hasn't started up and I've analyzed every single thing that has happened in this case up until now, I'm more just looking at your comments and engaging. So if you have questions, comments, I know that you all have a lot of comments, but if you have specific things you want Towel to talk about, now's your time. Shoot them up on the screen. I'll take a look at them. I like your blue hearts, Dewdrops. And what's interesting is I was originally going to abandon the stream. I said to myself, I'll just take the morning off, and then my Towel memory wasn't good enough to kick in after I read the comment, said we're going to have testimony this morning, and we do indeed. Do I have a favorite strain of cannabis? No, I'd say I have more favorite terpenes, limonene, myrcenine, anything that tends to lean like more, I'd say like floral terpenes will tend to have an uplifting effect, and I don't like indicas at all. Anything that like linalool, anything like that, but I only shop. So if you're a medical patient, whatever, I only shop based on terpene. I'm not shopping based on THC percent. Well, price mostly, price and terpene. I try to pay like $25 a quarter, ideally, if I can get it, like $12 a quarter, $15 a quarter for 7 grams. So I try to pay $60 to $100 an ounce. I'm always thinking about, should I pay $20 in gas to drive to get the $60 ounce, or should I get the $80 ounce where I only have to spend $1 of gas? I'm always kind of like debating. But I never buy based on THC amount or total active cannabinoids or anything, or strain name. Now, I do know, so for example, there are some like boutique strains like biscotti, like things that I'll chase, like specific cuts, if I really want to like try something. Like there's Gastropop down in trade routes in Wareham. There are some strains that, like, if I know they pheno hunted to get that specific strain and they cultivate it, and I've been in the cultivation facility, I know all the dispensary owners because I fucking help stand up the industry. So if I have gone to their facility, because I need to know that there's no mass-produced sort of like issues like bud rot, mold, the stuff that they might try to hide with like manipulated testing. If I go into the facility, if I see personally the conditions and I know the strain was pheno-hunted, then I will buy based on strain. But that is very rare. Like I said, I would do that at Trade Routes for Gastropop. I would do that for something like biscotti, or like maybe anything from cookies. Like most of those genetics are very hand selected. The actual cookies brand, I'm not talking about the national cookies real estate thing. I'm talking about cookies as a cannabis sort of strain family. It's a brand run by this guy named Berner, and they, under the cookies brand, have a lot of good strains. Okay, that I will pheno hunt for. But no, for the most part, I'm looking at, does it have myrcenine? Does it have limonene? Does it have something that, now myrcenine is going to be more of a woody kind of like woodland taste. That's the best way I can describe it. Limonene is going to be more lemon, like it sounds. Those are the terpenes I'm looking for to kind of be awake. That would be traditionally known as a sativa strain, but those terms are a little misleading, sativa indica hybrid. The better demarcation of the effects of a cannabis plant is based on its terpene profile. So if you ask at the counter, they'll tell you, you're going to see ranging from like 0.03% to 2.4, 4%, 8% on some high terpene strains. And you're looking for, in a daytime strain, limonene and myrcenine. And so I'm always looking for those. And if I'm shopping and they have, 18 quarters that are on sale for $25, those are 7-gram bags. The flour, I'm going to say to them, okay, so can you please screen this for me by limonene and myrcenine? Now you go into some of these dispensaries in Massachusetts, an industry, by the way, I helped set up, and that has generated $7 billion in revenue for the corporate actors in the state over 5 years, and like $1.7 billion in tax revenue. Okay, I walk around that state house like a proud little towel. I'm like, see what Towel and his friends did for Massachusetts. Enjoy that money with your budget deficit up there on Beacon Hill. But I just want you to understand this. You walk into some of these dispensaries in Massachusetts, it puts some Amsterdam coffee shops to shame. Maybe not the genetics, but the selection. My God, I can go in there. There's 500 different strains. I can pick eighths, quarters, ounces. It's very, very interesting. Now, some people are going to not really either relate to this because they don't have cannabis in their state, or their country, or they don't smoke. Yeah, in Massachusetts, we have medical cannabis. We have adult use cannabis. So I personally consume as a medical patient. So I have to know I use it instead of prednisone to treat a very serious stomach condition. I have to know what I'm putting in my body. I don't trust them to send that product to a lab. It's not overseen by the Federal Drug Administration in the United States. It's overseen by state level regulators. And I know a lot about this regulatory body in Massachusetts. It has its own issues. You can read my Patreon about all that coverage for years. It's actually how I learned how to do streaming. For 36 months straight, I broadcast every Cannabis Control Commission hearing for 8 to 10 hours. It's probably why I can do this and why I'm so fluent with the streaming. But yeah, so I'm a medical patient, and for me, my knowledge is not gratuitous. It's not, if you all watch the streams, it's not like you all hear me talking about cannabis a lot. I smoke my medicine from time to time, a lot, but I don't talk about it really, or my coverage even really, because I'm covering the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. But I have to know about the product I'm putting in my body. I have to know, who is making it. I have to know the facility. I have to know the human beings involved. I want to know the people touching the plant. And so to do that, to understand that all, I have to know what I'm talking about. I have to know the way the plant functions, how the plant is grown, how it's extracted, how it's tested, its constituent parts, the terpene profiles, the psychoactive chemicals. Otherwise, I would not feel comfortable putting it in my body. So, yeah, THCA, okay, so great question, Kim Cordeau. THCA, the cannabis plant has 70 or so active cannabinoids. It's somewhere in that number. Now, THCA is one of the cannabinoids. It is an isolated cannabinoid. It's what's called an isolate. What you do to get THCA is you take the cannabis flower and you put it into either a solvent-based extraction like, carbon, CO2, or these days it's more common to use more inert extraction methods. They're very refined. So you put it in an extraction machine. It's kind of like this like vacuum sort of like, it's like a chemistry set. It does this very convoluted thing where you take massive amounts of cannabis flower, you extract out the actual chemicals, and then with THCA, that is the most common chemical found in what are called vape carts. So if you see people walking around with their little THC pens, they're not really vaping the full cannabis flower, which is not good. They should be vaping the full flower. It has more beneficial health effects. But when they make them cannabis carts, when they make those carts, they're isolating THCA for the most part. Now, if you've ever heard of someone saying they feel ripped or like just like they like off the Benjamin or just like very out of it, it's because ripping pure THCA, that is the most highly psychoactive component of cannabis. Ripping a vape pen, and remember, sublimation, which is vaporization, is way more intense in terms of the bioavailability of the underlying drug than smoking. Smoking, you only get like 20%. Vaping, you're getting like 98% of the active chemical due to the way the sublimation affects the consumption. You're vaping pure THCA at 98% bioavailability. You're consuming a psychoactive chemical that has no medicinal purposes beyond a certain point, and you are just getting ripped out of your mind. It's why when people smoke those vape pens, I'm like, why are you doing that? Why are children doing that? This should not be happening. That is not first of all, children should not be consuming cannabis unless they have a medical prescription from a doctor, which we do have in Massachusetts in limited circumstances. Second of all, they should not be ripping THCA vape pens, which is the only real thing it does is just get you obliterated out of your mind. Now, the reason why some of you might be saying, how do we even get these things in our states and jurisdictions where other cannabis isn't legal? Well, you want to know how? The 2018 Farm Bill, which was passed by then Senator Mitch McConnell. By the way, we're back in the courtroom, folks. The fan isn't back on, but I'll let you know as soon as we are back in session. In 2018 in America, the Farm Bill allowed for hemp farmers in Kentucky in particular, but throughout the United States, to start cultivating non-psychoactive hemp. Now, hemp is in the family of cannabis, okay? And under 0.3% THC, hemp can be legally produced anywhere in America, sent across state lines, etc. Now, do you know what those hemp producers do sometimes? Well, they send it to extract labs that extract the hemp into just its psychoactive constituent parts, okay? Now, in each batch of hemp, maybe it's testing at point, you may have heard people saying things like hot hemp before, where your hemp tests above 0.3%. Maybe your hemp tests below 0.3%. You can extract THCA out of it anyway, and produce those carts, which is why you're seeing them. But anyway, sorry for that digression into the world of cannabis products. This is what happens if you ask Towel questions. We Artworks too. I think it was you. We will go down a rabbit hole. I think experts will be allowed to watch other experts. Okay, folks, here we go.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
Swallow this officer.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at?
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature, and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I've been, I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school, and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass. To demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
And what did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director basically The laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited. Still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC, or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you're either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out. If they're normal, if they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Caldwell, proceed to introduce and admit as the next two exhibits.
No objection. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Thank you. Exhibit 36.
Excuse me. Thank you. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab, because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and it's every hospital should have the same policy, where we use a swab, a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So,
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
So fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yep.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There is no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA, and 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency, and then after that it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and then it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then? So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory. And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologists will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box, and the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
Oh, R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents again, if you could just look at that and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Miss Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
Okay. And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? No objection. All right, thank you. Exhibit 37.
Your Honor, may I return to the documents?
Yes.
And doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you. I'll ask some additional questions to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive, it's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Say that again. Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional questions about NADH, and we'll get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it. but we do, we take the patient's sample, and it's based on, we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there, and what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers, and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor. It will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test. But there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too. But I can go into them.
Yeah, next question.
What are some of the limitations of the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is icterus, which is high bilirubin, and the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia. That can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous, make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid. That can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor. I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the
Yeah.
If I could just
Go
ask
ahead
you
and
a
ask
few-
your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid, or LDH, actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's...
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which...
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Objection.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. The door is open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, Doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range. 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has it's an FDA-approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, or slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing.
No, I'll allow it.
The three main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. And it hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that it's 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that have the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Good afternoon, sir. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training?
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic?
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There is. There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations?
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to the
engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley?
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time, so he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call, and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead?
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're on scene first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant, who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who was in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back to the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
So you and Firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
Each patient's different. Depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there?
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and Firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Ms. Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Ms. Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor, her temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said in jest because of the events that she went through. So she was, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection. Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection. I'll allow that. It came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said, but that's what she said to me.
But the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Objection. Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there, still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance 2?
Two. I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door?
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there?
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it was more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well?
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
but
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
From what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time. I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who was that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay, you jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time?
Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature?
Correct. For her. For the defendant, some people don't have rapid, repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure. Yes.
Oh, okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital, I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation?
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing the patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood. That's what I was trying to get at.
Couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we started transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, okay. why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
It's a good, yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there are certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, I could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call we jot down notes on a notepad, just so when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
I gotta, to be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on.
Okay.
At the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were
I did.
in anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you were under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury was before. Yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
All right, towel friends, we are at a quick sidebar. I'm a towel. You're all towels. We have the Karen cam. Karen is not at sidebar right now. Karen is at sidebar right now, so that means the Karen cam is pointed at the Karen Reed family. We now zoom up. No, not the fan. The light. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this guy trolling me? He put the light and the fan on the screen at the same time. Oh no. What do I do? What do I do, friends? I have pontificated about how I disliked the fan and I like the light, and now we have the light and the fan. Oh no! This camera operator has put Towel in just an untenable position. Oh no! I don't know what to do. I need assistance. Someone give me some clarity. I just don't know what to do. I feel so overwhelmed. Oh, thank God. We're off the that was too much. I couldn't handle that. The simultaneous light and camera. We're now on a picture of Miss O'Keefe. We see Karen back at the Karen cam. Should be returning into session any second now. I'm a towel. That's Miss O'Keefe. That's Paul O'Keefe. Nathan Reed looks like he's intently staring. Janet Reed should be coming into session any second now. I'm a towel. The light and the fan are the perfect pair. Oh no! Well, I guess it's less nauseating than just the fan. Here we go, friends.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase, her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her, and one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details than there was no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Sir, when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
Okay. And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m. Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes. Right.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
No. You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for a second, please.
All right, folks, you can see Karen Reed's attorneys do not want this to come in. Hank Brennan is a tactical genius. They are concerned. What are we going to see? What are we going to see? Oh, no. The court, we see the wall. Okay, we go back down. We look down at, I think that's Matt Johnson, David Bienick. I think that's Flint from the Herald. Oh, no, don't you do it. No. Okay, I can compromise here. This is a bit of a fan. This is a battle between the fan and the light. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment. The fan and the light have taken the stage. Towel is a fan of the light. Towel is commentating intensely. We should be back into session any second here. Personally, Bertha may have fans around the world, but Towel is a fan of the light. I know you all are focusing on Karen, but I'm going to focus my commentary on the light and the fan. I tell you, that's the erudite legal analysis you come to this Towel channel for, even though I'm not a lawyer. I'm a Towel, and nothing on this channel is legal advice, because I'm a Towel. We should be back in session any second.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made that includes last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
your
entire
sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at Sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
Towel friends, I am here. I am a Towel. We watch. Karen Reed stands up. We see Paul O'Keefe Peggy O'Keefe glaring. David Iannetti stands between her and the family. We now see a zoom in on Nathan Reed, although we have the Nathan Reed cam. Zoom in on Karen's parents, Bill and Janet. I'm a towel. Thanks very much for being with me, folks. We're at Sidebar in the Karen Reed trial. We should be coming close to the end of today's half day. Coming close. And I will say, folks, Towel has been with you all morning, all afternoon. If you like Towel Stream, coming up on the 5 hour and 20 minute mark, please don't hesitate to, I guess it's actually 5 hours and 10 minutes on YouTube or so. Please don't hesitate to leave a like on the video, subscribe, any way you can help Towel Channel. That's a way to help this public information service. My name's GrantSmithEllis, and I'm here providing you live commentary. Other channels just sit there with dead air. Not here. Towel has things to say. This is too much Reed. It's the Reeds everywhere. It is the Reed screen. Oh no, they have taken over. This is of course the first time, much like a Tesseract, we have put your comments on the screen. So now you all can educate the public real time next to Karen. It's the Karen cam and then the comments about Karen. I find those even more hilarious. And then sometimes I just start ranting about things. What's going on at Sidebar? It's about the grand jury transcript confirming that this EMT and firefighter had said multiple times that Karen's last words to John, as relayed to Karen by the EMT, were an argument, which shows that Karen and John were fighting in the moments leading up to 12:32 a.m. when Karen, with a BAC between .13 and .29, allegedly backed her car up to 24.2 miles an hour and struck John, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.27 degree right turn of her steering wheel at that moment, before leaving John to die on the lawn of a traumatic brain injury, which was complicated and, compounded by the onset of hypothermia as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas in the medical examination, therein leading John to die alone, incapacitated in a blizzard because Karen hit him while drunk and then ran from the scene, in my opinion, and according to the charges. So, yeah, this is overall not a very good situation for Karen Reed. You can see Peggy O'Keefe there, Paul O'Keefe sitting together, John's mother and brother, comforting each other in these difficult moments. Karen Reed up at Sidebar with her lawyers. Towel, commentating, watching. Nathan Reed in the bottom of the screen. The lawyers are returning. Towel friends. Towel friends, the lawyers are returning. As the lawyers return, we towel friends, we sit. We watch patiently. Observe it. We wait. Towel is a meticulous observer. Towel Attenborough, you can call me. I observe the Karen in her natural habitat. I await the return of the sound. Here we go.
May I?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant?
There was.
And you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton and.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Is hello, towel friends. I should be popping up in 1 second. Hold on. Pause. Okay, I'm here. Alan Jackson is objecting a lot. This testimony is very damaging to Karen, quite clearly. I think the jury's going to get the sense it's damaging because he keeps objecting. Okay, keeping an eye. Closely watching. We are at sidebar again. I'm a towel. The Reeds watching intently. Bill Reed. He's very concerned. Janet Reed. Nathan Reed. Very long sidebar. There have been multiple sidebars. Alan Jackson is either stalling or deeply concerned. Deeply, deeply concerned. He's watching closely. We await Karen's return. Heard some reports that Karen pulled the chair closer earlier to be closer to Alan Jackson. We'll run that replay back after the close of testimony. A lot of people in the Reed family look nervous. You see Esty in the background. She's a friend of the Reed family. Meredith in the middle, friend of Reed's. Then you see Karen's parents and Bill Reed in the front left, Janet Reed in the middle, Nathan Reed. We have a Karen cam. Karen is at sidebar right now. Just intense moments, folks. Alan Jackson does not want this testimony in the record. He is fighting hard. He has objected 17 times in the past 2 minutes. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. Exactly. This is not what you do. If you're a defense lawyer, you don't throw a tantrum by objecting a lot and calling for sidebars, because the jury's going to start saying, what did you do? Why are you hiding this from us? Jurors are sitting there, folks, watching this sidebar. It's animated. Oh, I bet she did say something nasty. That's true. We heard testimony about that. But yep, this is intense. Prolonged sidebar in the moments before the luncheon recess, although there won't be a luncheon recess because it's a half day. I'm a little towel. I'm here with you, providing the kind of live commentary the folks don't have. I understand the Reeds have 3 children total. Karen has a brother and a sister. It might be a half sister, but the point is there's 3 children. Do you think the judge will allow what? Oh, this testimony? Yeah, Alan Jackson's freaking out, but Brennan's going to get it in. Okay, we're coming back, folks. Just a few seconds now. I'm a towel. You're a towel. Karen Reed leans over. The audio should be coming up any minute. We watch closely. Towel Attenborough, looking at the Karen in her natural habitat. Looking closely. Monitoring. What does Karen see? Here we go.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Karen and ultimately get to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event.
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very briefly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors, disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to start.
So we're going to hang out for 1 second, folks, just to see if we come back in the
As I
session.
understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
Now, folks, hang on.
And I'd like to see counsel at Sidebar, please.
Okay, so we're at Sidebar, folks. Hold tight. The session has not ended for the day. You did become an honorary towel DJ. Congratulations. Welcome to the towel fold. Oh no, the fan. Not the fan. I'm moving the fan out of the view. We'll watch a little bit of the fan. Now, we don't know that this is over for the day, towel friends. We know there might be at least the end of the session announced in public. We don't know if there's going to be some kind of talk about what Monday is going to be about. I am a towel, and I'm going to stay with you until we know that it's over. And how will we know that it's over? Well, you see that thing up on your screen right there that says, so what are we filming? Okay, so we're still in session there at Sidebar. The camera goes down. People are packing up. Nope, they're still waiting. Nope, they're going to wait while the lawyers are at Sidebar. So the jury has left the room. We don't know. Yeah, exactly. The last thing the jury heard going into the weekend was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in an argument. And they're going to think Karen Reed's lawyers really didn't want that to get out. Now, as you can see, the Karen cam, although it is turned off, that only gets turned off when the jury is leaving. We haven't actually ended session for the day. I'll tell you as soon as that happens. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm monitoring live for you, of course, as always. Appreciate you being here with me and all of your towel support. This is a good time to remind you that this is a public information service, and you can like the channel or like the video as it's playing live to help support the channel. Also, feel free to subscribe. As you notice, you can only chat now if you are subscribed. I think that's a helpful feature to go about deploying, and that helps the channel as well to subscribe. So, and it helps this video apparently if you do it while you're watching live. But yes, I am keeping a eye on all of your comments. We don't have the Karen cam, which means we're still in session. This is a lengthy sidebar. I was reading one comment today that was like, Grant's like a race car or horse track announcer. He sits there and he just monitors and he calls it out in real time. And that's what it is. I'm sitting here, I'm monitoring, I'm calling things out, I'm watching what I see. We're Towel Attenborough, you can call me. We're monitoring the Karen in her natural habitat. Indeed, we sit here, we monitor. We see Peggy O'Keefe in the top of the screen. But really what we're really waiting for is the return of the Karen cam. Do we know if we'll get the Karen cam? No. But we can sit. We can monitor. We see Miss Peggy O'Keefe there. It's the O'Keefe family. I think Peggy is actually next to Paul. And if I continue to move this to the left, we should be able to see Paul O'Keefe as well. Look at that. I'm a towel. We don't need to focus on the Reed family. This is a towel stream. We focus on the O'Keefe family. There's Paul. There's Peggy O'Keefe. The sidebar is still going. It is a prolonged sidebar. But as towels, we are dedicated, we are noble, we shall wait. That's a little bit too far. Go the other way now, please. No. All right, we're going to have to wait a second. Now it's going really far the other way. All right, folks, we're still waiting. Still waiting here. Bear with Little Towel. The video on your screen's doing a little dance. Little towel dance. Yeah, very bad days for Karen Reed. Things are not going well. If you just missed it, we will recap it in a little bit once we figure out if session is over today. But my word, that did not go well for Karen Reed. The jury went on their view. They came back. They heard Karen's blood alcohol level confirmed she was drunk the next morning after 9 a.m. with a .93, and which means we're going to find out later from another witness. I know for a fact because it's in the evidentiary record, and there was a subject of pretrial motions that Karen's BAC at the time she is alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her car at 12:32 a.m. on January 29, 2022, while going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse, was between .13 and .29. And Karen has already now admitted in video shown to the jurors that Karen drank 9 vodka drinks over the course of 3 hours in the moments leading up to when Karen hit John, allegedly. And Karen said herself in the interview, footage she probably thought never was going to air, that she shouldn't have been driving. This is bad, folks. You can sense that Karen thinks it's bad. You can see it. Karen knows it's bad. It's like the clip from the movie Network. She knows it's bad. We know it. We know it's bad. Everybody knows it's bad. It's now just a matter of time. Karen doesn't seem like she has a way out. Gone is the confidence, the cockiness, a frail, scared, alone, isolated woman awaiting her final judgment and fate, knowing that this jury is very much trending towards a conviction. This is bad news for Karen Reed. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We're waiting to see what the end of this sidebar brings about. We are indeed. Now, what kind of towel poll can we put up here? Here we go. Who came out stronger following the first week of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial? Hank Brennan, Marshmallow Man, and Karen, Chewbacca, or let's see, Hank Brennan, Marshmallow Man, and Karen, Chewbacca, or those are the options. We're not going to even add a fourth option. Okay, folks, who came out victorious? Who came out stronger? Should say who came out stronger, but that's okay. I think you all understand. Hank Brennan takes the lead. Hank Brennan has a very early lead. Marshmallow Man and Karen are not. Oh, they have a 10% support network, so Marshmallow Man got a little support, and Chewbacca has no support. Chewbacca didn't come out strong. What are you all are you all out of your mind? Chewbacca had a very strong week. Marshmallow Man came in, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and was declared the true third-party culprit. We all knew it was actually Marshmallow Man, but the defense wasn't going to blame Chewbacca. You cannot blame an Ewok or a Wookiee for John O'Keefe's death. That's outrageous. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, I mean, come on now. At least that's within the general realm of ludicrous possibilities. Chewbacca has no support. You all have just completely abandoned Chewbacca. Think about how Chewie is going to feel. He probably was sitting around. He probably thought he had such a strong week, and now he's just been completely outshined by Hank Brennan. There's not a person in the world who came out of this first week thinking Chewbacca was the person who was the strongest after that presentation of evidence. Now listen, I get why you all are so sympathetic to Hank Brennan, okay? Hank Brennan presented a devastating opening argument, used Karen's own words in the media against her, used hidden footage with the media against Karen, confirmed Karen and John were fighting in the lead up to the moment of John's death and on the day before John's death, confirmed Karen was controlling and possessive and manipulative, confirmed Karen said she was in an argument in just the moments before she hit John, and confirmed Karen was drunk and admitted she shouldn't have been drunk driving in the moments before she hit John. I get why you all think that is just incredibly strong. But I mean, okay, you got that on one side, right? And then you have Chewbacca. Okay? Now, I don't really have a lot of arguments for why Chewbacca has anything to do with this trial or in any way whatsoever lives up to what Hank Brennan accomplished. I'm just saying, Chewbacca, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I just am blown away that even in light of all that wonderful work that Hank Brennan did, there is not a single person who thought Chewbacca came out strong. I just don't understand. I was so sympathetic to Chewie. I really thought this was going to be the defense's salvation. I thought they were going to come out of nowhere with the Chewbacca defense, and then all of a sudden the world would say, look at this. And then Chewbacca would come forward and say, nope, it was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You heard Alan Jackson. And then Chewbacca would be vindicated. I don't get why you all don't see that. I totally understand, though, your sympathies to Hank Brennan. I did not see Turtle Boy in the audience today. Nope, so it doesn't seem like he was there. Listen, I do my best, Alana. I really try to be helpful. I mean, I'm really pushing hard here for the merits of Chewbacca's vindication. And I can't get a single person to say that Chewbacca had the strongest week. We've seen some people saying Chewbacca came in second, but not one of them, just not one person is willing to say Chewbacca had the strongest week. No, wait a minute. Chewbacca does not look like Turtle Boy with a wig. That is a ridiculous thing to say. How did you even come up with that? Wait a minute. Okay, I think I see what I need to do now. It wasn't Chewbacca. The real third-party culprit, the reason Aidan Kearney took the fifth, is that Chewbacca is Aidan Kearney in a wig. I'm putting in. Hold on. I have a much better towel fall while we wait for this sidebar to continue. I have a much better towel fall. Okay. Is Aidan. Hold on. Is Chewbacca. Hold on. Is Chewbacca actually Aidan Turtle Boy Kearney in a wig? Oh, okay, so it looks like it is going to be ending in the next few seconds here. But we're doing this full. No.
All right, we'll see you Monday.
All right, folks, so you heard it there. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We'll do a quick recap.
So, Tori,
now, I have a very important poll before we do this. Is Chewbacca actually Aidan Turtle Boy Kearney in a wig? No, I understood what you were going for, but I just, I have these are very important questions, tell friends. And one of the most important polls we've asked today is Chewbacca actually Aidan Turtle Boy Kearney in a wig? Now, listen, listen. The reason why I'm not, listen. Chewbacca, we don't know if the Chewbacca at play here in the Karen Reed third-party culprit defense, which is limited now to just Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, we don't know if that's actually Chewbacca. What if Karen's whole plan, what if the reason Aidan Kearney took the fifth is it wasn't actually Chewbacca, it was Aidan Kearney in a wig who was dressed up like Chewbacca? You all have to understand the nuanced and refined analysis that is provided on this channel. Now, hold on one second. We have reached the end of the day. I don't think we're going to get out of court footage. I think Law and Crime wants to take the half day. There wasn't even many people there. Karen looked very defeated. I'm a little towel. I'm going to pop up on your screen in 1 second here. We'll talk for a little bit, but then Towel actually has to go get lunch. Then I have to figure out some things. I took yesterday afternoon off, even though I ended up talking for an hour after the stream ended. Murdered by Maestro, even though I think he is off to do other things. He will be pleased to know that I did eat healthy Towel food. I got a wonderful chicken and rice and potato plate. That was much better food than I normally eat, and I felt good after eating it. So
Hey everybody, it's Antoinette Levy.
And Jesse Weber.
That was the law and crime feed, the pop-up on their YouTube after their videos finish playing. And you know what? Law and Crime provides a great service as to allowing us to rehost that. So thank you to them. Now, I know you all are appalled with my erudite... my personality? I do have a fun towel personality. I agree. Now, there's a few things we have to do, towel personality and all. One of the things we have to do is we're going to get rid of this. Okay, now I'm going to bring up the Google Chrome, and we are going to take a look at, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I can do something even better. So I can take this link, and instead of us watching that, we're going to rewatch this stream, and we're going to grab the clip of Karen apparently pulling her chair closer to Alan Jackson. So we're going to do that for you now, and that should now be quickly loading up. All right, and now what I have to do is, so give Towel a second. This is going to be a little bit meta. You're going to see Towel. You're only going to see Towel once, actually, because we're going to run it back to during the actual testimony. But you might see your comments twice. That's going to be a little metaphysical. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get rid of the live comments. This is the, hey, that's me. Hi, little Towel. Oh, goodness, I'm on like 4 screens right now. I feel like I'm in a hall of mirrors. I'm just surrounded by me. This is too much. There was too much Reed family earlier. There's too much Towel. There's like 4 towel. Oh no, I'm getting completely overwhelmed. There are too many towels on the screen. We only need 1 of me. I think 2 of me is too much. There's like 4 of me on my screen. All right, but we're actually going back to watch for the moment that Karen Reed pulled her chair closer to Alan Jackson after one of those sidebars. And then we're going to wrap up with just a little bit of review of that intense moment where it was confirmed that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were in an argument. Now, where was this moment? I think it was during the next witness, right? It was right after one of the sidebars. So we're going to know they went to sidebar because Karen will have left her chair. I think it was after this sidebar. Now let's take a look if when this sidebar ended, Karen Reed pulled her chair closer. Was this it? Was this the moment? Keep an eye on that chair. Does she pull it closer? That's Karen's chair. Is this the moment where she pulls Alan's chair closer? I'm Towel Attenborough right now. Someone saw a moment where Karen Reed pulled Alan Jackson's chair closer after one of the sidebars, and I'm going to take a look to see if that was the moment. Now, was it right then? There was a very attentive Towel friend who noticed it. Was it right here? Let's take a look. This is what you come to this channel for. Was it? No, Karen touches her chair. She doesn't move Alan's chair in that one. Hold on. This is very important, clearly. Does Karen move Alan Jackson's chair? Not so far. Not so far. Hold on. I want to make sure your comments also keep going. Does she move Alan Jackson's chair? This is very important, folks. This is one of the most important things that happened today. I don't see it right here, but hold on. We are not going to be deterred so easily. We are going to check each sidebar from this witness because it was right when a sidebar ended. Oh no, so it couldn't have been then because it had to have been a sidebar when Brennan was talking. So let's take a look. Hold on. I will not be deterred. I am a Towel. So it could have been a sidebar. Oh, okay. Could it be this sidebar? This sidebar? We're watching for when Karen comes back from this sidebar. Does she move Alan Jackson's chair? This is very incredibly important. It is the kind of thing that you watch this channel for. Forget the MRE 401, 403 balancing test. Forget the ARCCA Rule 14 reciprocal discovery compliance. You watch this channel to see if Karen Reed moved her chair closer to Alan Jackson. The very last sidebar. All right, hold on. The ideal thing would be if someone could say what the timestamp was, but don't worry, I will not be deterred. We will. Oh, was it this one? That's Karen's chair. Does she touch Alan's chair? Was that it, or was it a different sidebar? Hold on, we're not giving up. Hold on, was that it? Was that it? I think that was it, maybe. Okay, she shifts around. Alan comes around his chair. Does she move his chair? Yes, she did. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it. Praise be to the towel, observant towel followers. We got the moment. We have been rewarded. Our faith has been rewarded. The moment is here. So hold on one second. Let me just screen cap that. Hold on. I got to get her actually grabbing the chair for the screen cap. Now give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm a little towel. We did it, folks. I told you it would be worth it to stick around for this kind of moment. The moment is captured on the towel cam. And now we shall share the moment. If you want to be in the clip, now's the time to participate, I suppose. All right, hold on 1 second. All right, towel friends. If you missed today's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial day 4, jurors went on a view to the crime scene where Karen Reed is alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her car while drunk with a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29 while going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse at, as I mentioned, 12:32 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Not only did jurors go on that view, but we then came back and got testimony from a pathologist at Good Sam Hospital, which now has a new name, in Brockton, the hospital where John was taken on the morning that he died, along with Karen, who threatened to harm herself. And we got confirmation that Karen's blood alcohol level at 9:03 in the morning when the sample was taken and the results were returned at 9:53 a.m. that morning was 0.93. 0.093. So the legal limit is 0.08. Karen was a 0.093. So above the legal limit at 9 a.m., 9:03 a.m. the next morning, okay, 9:06, 9:03. That retrograde BAC extrapolation, which we haven't even heard in evidence yet, is going to indicate Karen was between 0.13 and 0.29 on the scale. That's 2 to 4 times the legal limit at the moment she is alleged to have struck John and then left him to die with a catastrophic brain injury in a blizzard, which induced hypothermia, as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas, leading to John's death. First, we heard from that witness. And Karen herself, the jurors yesterday saw a video that shocked Karen into silence outside of court for one of the first times ever. Video of Karen admitting, heretofore never seen in public footage, of Karen admitting to drunk driving when she knew she shouldn't have in the moments before she hit John. As if that weren't enough, the next witness, the last witness of the day, the witness that jurors went home thinking about, was an EMT, firefighter, who heard Karen admit that the last discussions she had with John in those fateful moments, driving over after they had been drinking, John and Karen at a bar, driving over to a home for an after party, was an argument. Let that hang with the jury for this weekend, folks. That's what they'll be ruminating on. A drunken, vindictive, possessive woman who was arguing with a man that just wanted Karen out of his life. And she lost control. She backed up her car, allegedly, and she drunkenly struck a noble and honorable man and left him to a fate that is unworthy of any human on this earth. To die in the cold, incapacitated from a traumatic brain injury, and eventually to succumb to hypothermia under snow, a blanket of snow. Truly, the reflection of Karen Reed as a person. But why am I showing you this clip? Because the observant towel friends caught a moment today that leaves us beyond just the testimony that I just described, but leaves us with an insight into the world of Miss Reed. Why does Miss Reed, who has been seen quite close with Mr. Alan Jackson on multiple videos in the Seaport area of Boston where Karen's war-torn headquarters is located, shelled by Hank Brennan's artillery like the Reichenplatz, falling to the onslaught of the armies of the Allies on both sides, storming towards Reed's collapsing bunker, Reed's few remaining sycophantic supporters and family members drinking champagne and toasting to numb the pain, pretending as if the walls are not collapsing around them, as if the artillery shells have not crossed the last river, as if the soldiers are not left scattering their helmets on the battlefield and running, no longer willing to protect their queen. That is the moment that confronts Karen Read. And what does she do? She looks to her one remaining silo of solace, Alan Jackson, and in a symbolic and emblematic moment, Miss Read takes her chair, Mr. Jackson's chair, while sitting in her own, and pulls it closer. As you can see on the unique Karen Cam, which we will watch now, an unprecedented perspective for a criminal trial over the next 6 weeks, directly pointed at Karen Read at all times. And we shall watch that now, towel friends. We shall watch that now. There you get. Karen Read moves the chair. Let's watch it one more time in full. Karen Read returns from a sidebar. She sits in her chair, Alan Jackson to her right, and look what Karen does. What a moment. So subtle, but so she grabs that chair and pulls it right over. Karen Read, folks, looking for her knight in shining armor, looking for one fleeting embrace to save her from a fate that her own eyes spell out so clearly. She is doomed. She will be held responsible for John O'Keefe's death by this jury, in my opinion, and she is on the path to a conviction on at least one count. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Continue to follow along for live coverage and chat with the Towel Friends each and every day of the trial. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You can also follow me on other social media platforms. I stream live on X as well. The username is the same, @GrantSmithEllis. God bless you, Towel Friends. I'm going to end this clip now, take a few more questions from the Towel Friends, and then I'll be back with you early Monday morning, and we will do it all again. Towel Friends, I'm back with you. All of my clips now end with me saying, Towel Friends, I shall return to discuss more with you. So I don't know what you all thought of that soliloquy. I was closing my eyes, but now I'm getting caught up on the comments. I also want to take the time to say everyone who's here today, Jew Drops, Angela Wittick, all the Towel Friends who stuck around. We thought there might not even be testimony, but you hung out through the early morning recess while the jury went on their view. You came back, you watched Karen, you saw that clip get made. Pardon me. You saw that clip get made. You spent time with Towel. You got to spend time with your Towel Friends. You brightened Towel's Day, I'll tell you that. You always brighten Towel's Day. I want you all to have a great weekend. You know you can follow me. Reach out on any of the platforms where I am if you need to talk to me. I'll do my best to respond. I have a lot of messages to go through. I want to say thank you. I did look down at my phone. God bless the folks who sent over some donations, even the funny donation for pizza. I actually am going to get 7-Eleven pizza today. Murder by Maestro is not here, so he's not going to yell. Oh, no, he's here. Don't tell him. Murder by Maestro, you didn't hear that. Cover your ears, earmuffs. I'm going to eat some kind of healthy vegetable made of whatever the hell vegetables are made of. But yes, thank God bless the folks who reached out. And if you want to support this stream for one final time, because I did see a comment go by earlier, if you want to support this stream, the information is in the YouTube description as always. I will also leave one final comment in case you would like to contribute to the efforts. Please do not donate if you have other things in your life that are more important or other causes. And to the person who sent me a message earlier about Zelle, I will try to respond to you and figure that out as well. And please remember that there are more ways than just helping Towel expand the range of his coverage that you can support this channel. You can subscribe. You can like the channel, the video. You can click notification. You can click the little notification bell to get alerted about things when this channel goes live. As you noticed, I started putting up previews, so you'll know when I'm going to go live ahead of time, and I think that's very helpful for folks all around. Murder by Maestro, I also want to point out, every time you or Def Otter or so many other Towel Friends pop up in the chat, you bring a big smile to Towel's face, and I hope you like the new embedded chat feature. Oh no, Murder by Maestro found out I'm getting pizza. No, you're very kind, my friend. I know you were helping me, and what you said yesterday that really impacted me was you said a lot of the foods I'm eating are just sugars in other forms, and maybe that's why I don't feel fulfilled after eating. So I have to think about a lot of that. You help Towel grow as a person. You make Towel healthier. Maybe we're going to keep Towel around. Jew Drops, it was so great to see you all day. Linda A. as well. Alana, 5EMO DMT, of course, Stacy Gardner, truly, Diana Natalia, it was great to see you. Melly Mells, I had a great time reading your comments. Kelly Patton, as always, your insights are unique, erudite, and welcome. Cookie Ramlaw, my dear friend, God bless you, fellow Towel, all the way over there in South Africa, I believe. Towel thinks very highly of you. Francis Frutel, it's great to see you. I hope the tomato plants you gave away are doing well. Those are honorary towel tomato plants. DJ, welcome to the ranks of honorary towels. It's great to have you. Joe O'Keefe, it's always wonderful to have you in the stream. It's really an honor. Lisa Cox, great to have you with us. Anthony Barton, my dear friend, I'm so glad you stopped by. I know I said Angela Whittick. I saw the Sunken Grave up there as well. Always great to see Sunken Grave stop in. Carrie Gold was here. Nancy from the 508. Wow, as I scroll this, there are just so many Towel friends. You all from all around the world. Truly enjoy discussing with Towel. I hope you enjoy discussing with each other. Thank you, the Pilgrim Shadow. God bless you. I appreciate all your wonderful comments and support. I try to read everything you send me. You are such a erudite and well-meaning and informed person. It truly means a lot to me. As are all of you Towel friends. I try, even though I get overwhelmed sometimes, I do my best to keep up with all of you. Clearly, I remember things about all of you. You have you have special places in Towel's heart. It looks like we're going to get some new promotions as we get ready to end the week, the first week of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Welcome to the Towel Fold Honorary Towels. It's great to have you. I will say I think what we'll do is we'll do a weekend stream, probably Sunday, where I'll do a recap of the first week. As you know, each day of this trial, I was recapping what was happening the day before. So there are full clips up everywhere on all of my social media. If you watch this channel, you will be fully caught up. We'll do one catch-up stream, probably Sunday. Maybe what we'll do is do just, because I don't want to do like a 15-hour stream Monday. We'll do a catch-up stream Sunday and then a short 90 minutes before Monday's hearing starts. And then remember, Monday at noon, folks, the Bombshell ARCCA hearing. You will not want to miss that. ARCCA, the experts for Reed, may well be excluded from her defense. Pay very, very, very close attention to that. Linda O'Gara, great to see you. Kat, always a pleasure to see you. I saw all your comments flying by during the chat. Blackpink, welcome to the Towel Fold. Luisa Ramirez, to you as well. Lucy R., it was great to see you. I was pleased to welcome you to the honorary Towel Fold earlier. Modelo Macy, I saw all your wonderful comments going by during the chat. I hope you all appreciate the Towel chat feature now that's implemented up at the top. Alex is 40 minutes behind. Well, Alex, when you get caught up to this part, you get a special hello from Towel. I hope you enjoy your weekend as well. Murder by Maestro and Special Towel, thank you. Oh, it's great to see you, Cookie Ramlaw, as I mentioned. Big hug, says Murder by Maestro. All right, Towel friends, here's what we're going to do. We recapped. We saw the ridiculousness that was today. We saw the clip of Karen pulling the chair. We saw the fight over Alan Jackson, trying to prevent that testimony about Karen and John being in a fight. And then you know what I will leave you with, Towel friends? I'll leave you with what I think is the most telling and most damning clip from week 1 of the Karen Reed trial. That is how we will sign off. I'll come back with you to say goodbye, but here we go. Let's do this together. So what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to bring up this little towel screen. No, it's the other towel screen. All right, I'm going to bring that up. I'm going to take down the video that we just watched, and then we all together, Towel friends, shall watch the moment that sent Karen Reed into a tailspin. The moment that apparently changed, was one of many moments that changed the entire course of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. And where is it? Come on now. All right, where is the little towel? All right, I'm going to figure it out. I'm not going to give up that easy. There it is. I'm a little towel, so I have to enlarge this a little bit. There we go. And then what I want to do with this is I want to grab this clip for you all. This was the moment. Hank Brennan has been using these clips to ruin Karen Reed's life, and we together are going to watch this as the crescendo of the first week of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. A brilliant strategy by Hank Brennan. ARCCA couldn't even beat out Hank Brennan for the brilliance that has been on display. And here's how we're going to watch it, friends. We're going to see, Karen Reed had nothing to say.
How do you feel about
to the media yesterday. Let's watch.
And now you will see the footage. Friends, enjoy, friends.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says,
That Karen reporter video of
He's taking those clips of you.
And now Karen, quiet, stunned into silence, walks out of court. We'll all take a look at this, and then you'll see the video of the devastating confession that played just moments earlier and was the subject of these questions from reporters.
Mary, how do you think that the jury is taking those clips of you?
do you still stand by doing all the interviews?
Do you regret how you spoke about Mr. Keith?
Silence. Silence. How do you feel about the jury seeing those interviews, those clips? Silence. Do you regret giving those interviews? Silence. Do you regret how you spoke about Miss O'Keefe? Silence. Karen Reed, a humbled figure, no support, no cheering, no nothing, just the birds to console her. And now you will see the footage that was just so devastating that it finally got the media to ask, other than Little Towel, finally got the media to ask Karen Reed tough questions. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Follow live coverage each and every day from Little Towel, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I'm glad to be with you all, friends. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. See you bright and early tomorrow, Friday, for another day of testimony prior to the jury view in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. God bless the O'Keefe family. Stay strong. You got this, Hank Brennan.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, Towel friends, my name's GrantSmithEllis. If you missed today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Day 3 retrial hearing related to the presentation of evidence, my word, it was explosive. It was explosive because of the video clips of Karen admitting to drinking and driving, which she said she knew she shouldn't have been doing on the morning that she is alleged to have killed John O'Keefe by backing into him in anger with her car at 24.2 miles an hour at 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Now, friends, we are going to see the text messages, the more in-depth text messages involving a mysterious...
Don't turn it up. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this...
I don't want to watch the Plumber text messages. Hold on. There's something way more specific that Towel wants to watch. I think it's at the end of the clip. Oh, is this just the Plumber clip? I mean, the Plumber clip is good, but I don't want the Plumber clip. Hold on. Pause. This is what we want.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would come as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. Back towel, friends. Thanks to Murder by Maestro's excellent prescient. Hold on, we're back. Thanks to Murder by Maestro's excellent prescient on the ball watching. We are back. Occasionally, when I bump the towel microphone, it boots over to the other mic, which is muted, and then we lose sound. But I'm here. Kat, you're a sea towel. Great to see you. I'm back. I'm thrilled to be back. What I was saying was, I don't know how much of it you missed, but I was coming out of the video and I was saying that thus wraps up the first week of the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. What are we left with in terms of the impression for the jury? A drunk Karen Read, a controlling Karen Read, a possessive Karen Read, a Karen Read who had 9 shots of vodka or vodka drinks in just 3 hours, a Karen Read who admitted on video that was not available during the first trial that jurors have now heard in the second trial that she shouldn't have been driving in the moments leading up to that tragic second after 12:32 a.m. when Karen Read, in a rage allegedly, backed up that Lexus with 75% force on the accelerator to 24.2 miles an hour, which previous testing and videos from the previous evidence that will come in again will show is possible with Karen's car, and struck John O'Keefe, causing him to hit the ground, suffer a traumatic skull injury, become incapacitated, and then slowly die alone under a blanket of chilling blizzard New England snow from hypothermia, as indicated by the reddening of his pancreas. That is the impression the jury was left with after the first week of the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial. And I will say, folks, as we come to the conclusion of today's stream, thank you for being with Towel. We are at a half day today. We will be back on Sunday. I'll try to do a sum up for you if I can. If not, Monday morning for another half day of testimony and then an ARCCA Rule 14 hearing that will be explosive. Get ready for it, Towel friends. I appreciate, this is my actual closing. I appreciate having spent all this time with you today. Sometimes Towel gets so excited by your comments, he sticks around and keeps talking. But for Towel's own good, I think I should take the afternoon off. I want you all to have a great afternoon. God bless so many of you who have been with me and those of you who support this stream. It does not go unnoticed by Little Towel. You touch Little Towel's heart so often. And please, as a closing message, I say it so often, but actually if you can, go do it. It's Friday. Instead of thinking about what you can do for yourself or your power or anything like that, see if you can go do a small act of kindness out there for someone, anyone in your life, your family, or otherwise. Demonstrate those acts of kindness. Let that reverberate through the world with 6 degrees of authentic, non-Chewbacca-based separation and inspire a change for the better on this planet, rooted in universal love, toleration, and compassion, and potentially a towel-based industrial empire. God is good, Bina, and God, I really appreciate so many of you. I can't wait to check. Oh, hold on. Check my DM on X first. I'm going to do that now. Hold on. I cannot deny Murder by Maestro this moment. Even in my closing. Murder by Maestro says check Twitter. I shall do that. Hold on. I'm going. My phone can only go so fast. Towel does not have a very good phone. Towel does not need a very good phone. But there are limitations. Okay, hold on. What did you send? Now, okay, hold on. Here we go. Oh, Murder by Maestro included a wonderful transcript. It says, all right, fellow Towel friends, if you missed today's Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial day 4, jurors went on a view to the crime scene where Karen Read is alleged to have hit John O'Keefe with her car while drunk with a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29 while going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse, as I mentioned, at 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Not only did jurors go on that view, but when we then came back and got testimony from a pathologist at Good Sam Hospital, which has a new name now, in Brockton, the hospital where John was taken on the morning that he died, along with Karen, who's right in the same cell, and we get right in the same hospital. We get confirmation that Karen's blood alcohol level at 9:03 in the morning when the sample was taken and the results was returned at 9:53 a.m. She was at 0.093. The legal limit is 0.08. Karen was 0.93. So above the legal limit at 9:03 a.m., 9:06 a.m. the next morning. The retrograde BAC extrapolation, which we haven't even heard in evidence yet, is going to indicate Karen was between 0.13 and 0.29 on the scale. Oh, this is great. It's a whole transcript with what I said. Oh, it even has the Alan Jackson mark. I love it, Murder by Maestro. You are a wonderful honorary Towel. And what a way to close the day, friends. A small act of kindness and service from Murder by Maestro in Towel form. Murder by Maestro, I'll add you as an editor to Towel Tribune. You can help out and add those things if you want, or I'll do them. Anyway, you're wonderful. Towel appreciates you all. This is how we're signing off. Small acts of service. Go help people today, friends. Towel loves you all. God bless. Do unto others, says the Pilgrim Shadow. I agree. Who's Chewbacca? Oh, Diana Natalia, we can't get into that. Just know that Chewbacca was the third-party culprit, but now he's been vindicated because of the Stay Puft Marshmallow ban. We don't have time to go into the details. But yes, God bless, folks. Be well. Enjoy your weekend. Alana says Chewbacca is Turtle Boy in a wig. Oh, yeah, there you go. All right, friends, I'm signing off. God bless. Enjoy your weekend. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Thanks for being with me. See you very soon. Truly, I appreciate you. Be well.